Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the second day of our conference. We will start this with the presentation of oncology. A look from both sides by Anna Ivanchenko and Dmitry Shapachko. Anna Ivanchenko has been involved in simultaneous interpretation of oncology for many years, and Dmitry Shapachko is an actual MD. So both a doctor and an interpreter will tell us about medical interpretation. Also, please note the interpreters. We have Andrei Besedin and Alexandra Komarova in the English booth today. They have been preparing, of course, for this presentation, and they have a few years in the background. Now, Anna and Dmitry, the floor is yours. I hope the slides will now pop up. We've heard the roosters. Good morning. Good morning. It's a beautiful sunny day. Well, here you are listening to a report about a gloomy topic, but still relevant for many. Now the floor is yours. Okay, so go click it. So actually, we probably should start with the following. Whenever we talk about interpretation in a highly specialized topic, there's an endless discussion. Who should be interpreting? A linguist, a professional interpreter, or a specialist, say a doctor in this sphere? Because a doctor might be an expert in the field, but not so good with interpreting, and the interpreter is not an expert. So the opinions differ, but we have figured out that there is something in common. And essentially this quotation, this video clip, presents our opinion. The person has to be, well, human and be able to think. Well, that was unexpected, the video is upside down, but the point is, we think that interpretation skill would not depend on the certificate. It doesn't matter whether you have a certificate of an interpreter or a certificate of the expert in the field. That is not important. For simultaneous interpretation, you should have this biological skill, the ability to split attention into several channels, the ability to perceive without probably some conscious effort of the cortex, and to process it and to deliver this in a different language. I think this is just a peculiarity of the brain structure. It's not something you get only in the cortex. I tried this myself. I can perceive, but as soon as I start delivering language, I stop perceiving. So I think only a few have this sexual biological skill. That is why we think that any person who is able to think can figure out how to do it. It doesn't make sense to go into a narrow specialization unless you like it. That's why you have to enjoy your field, and you have to live enjoying. So, work in medical interpretations. If we talk about medical translations, it's quite clear. We have leaflets, inserts, we have patient charts, we have medical tourism, when a lot of patients want to travel abroad and the doctors need to know the information. But what about medical interpretation? In Ukraine, unfortunately, we don't have the system of community interpreting. If a patient ends up in a hospital, they kind of are not entitled for a free medical interpreter. But still, in Ukraine, we have specialized medical conferences on different topics with international visitors. Also, we have medical equipment presentations. workshops as professional development for doctors. Sometimes it's international experts coming to Ukraine and teaching here, or Ukrainian doctors going abroad and training there. And of course, clinical trials. There are a lot of trials run in Ukraine, and many of them happen in oncology, and they get audited. So some person responsible comes here and checks all the papers if they're filled in correctly, if everything goes well. And of course, interpreters are often needed in that process. Also, a small note: Ukraine is very active in clinical trials. So the density of clinical trials in Ukraine actually is lower than in Poland. But yeah, we try to promote it and we try to develop the field. There's another myth, well, or semi-myth, that doctors do not need interpretation at conferences or specialized events, because all modern medical terminology is English anyway. They're supposed to be able to read English, so they shouldn't require interpretation. And this is partly true. Many skilled, high qualified specialists do understand English, but still it's easier to perceive the information in your mother tongue. And this information has to be adequate. It has to be reasonable. It has to be what the speaker is trying to broadcast. And, well, this myth is caused by the fact that Ukrainian doctors are not really frequent visitors on medical conferences with interpretation. And they might come to this event a few times a year, and they have heard some bad interpretation, and then they think, okay, I don't really need this because I had this bad experience, I had that rubbish in my headphones, and that's why I don't want it. The point is, the interpretation has to be really accurate. It has to clearly deliver what the speaker is trying to explain. That's why high-quality interpretation still is required. And of course, we cannot interpret everything. From my own experience, from the requests I receive, and from the work of my colleagues, I can say that the most popular topic in medical interpretation is oncology. It's hematology, also as an adjacent field. On cardiology, there are also a lot of events. Dentistry, including aesthetic dentistry. Another frequent topic is aesthetic surgery and plastic surgery. There are big congresses on that, and infectious diseases. Well, this year, the terms like viral load essentially is a notion that everybody now understands. So, and epidemiology, of course. Of course, just like doctors don't specialize in all the fields of medicine, because each particular field has a ton of knowledge. So doctors specialize, and interpreters probably do the same. So medical interpreters, they master this or that field better out of the general domain of medicine. And it's totally fine. It's like a junior doctor. When they go out to the market, they are trying to figure out what their specialization would be. Same is for the interpreters. They look into their preferences, what brings them more fun and interest, and then essentially they choose their specialization inside the domain of medicine. So as we said, we specialize in oncology. That is why we will look into that particular beast and what's it made of. First, we have the stage of diagnostics, when the patient is diagnosed, and in oncology, it is a set of different methods. They are applied comprehensively, but this is radiology, which is MRI, CT, X-ray, and so on, and there is a whole different set of terminology there. And it's not our strong side as well. I deal with lab methodology, like pathology, molecular pathology, and we will dive into that particular aspect more. To start, we want to give you an interesting case for the interpreters. The English term pathology has no direct equivalent neither in Russian nor in Ukrainian. Pathology comprises three different fields: cytopathology, histopathology, and molecular pathology, which have different names in Russian, which they can be rendered in English as cytology, histology, or molecular pathology, but we don't have native Russian terms or Ukrainian terms. Historically, we had these histological terms. They were there before. So molecular diagnostics joined later, at a later stage. That is why molecular pathology as a separate field, a separate direction, only formed like 10 years ago, or less than 20 years ago. As Ukraine, is slightly lagging behind about a dozen years in every industry, there was the same in this here. In terms of post-Soviet mentality, the term pathology was more or less equal histology plus more or less cytology, cytopathology, and maybe a little bit of molecular methods. While in the Western world of diagnostics, these three major fields are equal, and they help each other, and they make a comprehensive system. So let's go section by section. Cytopathology. This is studying cells, and it is subdivided into gynecological and non-gynecological. Many of us know about gynecological cytopathology because women of a certain age undergo the pap test, which might find possible anomalies in the reproductive system. But once again, medical traditions are different in different cultures. If in Ukraine this is kind of chaotic process, a cytopathologist is looking into that, and in Western countries, the process of this screening is more systematic. The lab, which receives all the samples, has two dedicated positions. There is the cytoscreener, who only looks what is normal, what is abnormal, and everything abnormal then is given to a cytopathologist. And in Ukraine, these two specializations merge into one. Well, why do we have this differentiation into the gynecological and non-gynecological? Because essentially the most part, the biggest chunk, is the cervical screening. That's why it's called gynecological. And everything else, like the punctures of the mammary glands, of their sites, some other secretions, all that is tested in this non-gynecological cytopathology. And if we talk about the screening, the most important is to separate good and evil, to look what is benign, what is malignant. And Also, in cytopathological methods, we look at cells, not in the context of the bigger tissues, but we look at cells specifically. That is why sometimes it's not so easy to divide into benign and malignant. And that is why also borderline tumors are not so easy to find. Yeah, actually, that slide, if anybody was wondering, was the thyroid carcinoma, which is a malignant tumor. Next, we have histopathology. This is studying not cells but tissues. And here also we have differences in the names of the positions. In the English, it's called just a pathologist, while in Ukraine we have what we can render into English as a histologist, a pathomorphologist, and we still have this Soviet classification where the official position of the doctor is rendered into English as pathological anatomist. It's just a historic notion. And many people still perceive that that a pathologist, this pathanatomist, is doing postmortem. But actually, it's the opposite. The biggest part of our job is just lab work when we do biopsies. Biopsies essentially is when you pick a small sample of the tissue, you put it under the microscope, and then you try to figure out what the disease is. Or post-surgical study when they want to look into the tumor, what the stage of the tumor is, and what is the condition of the lymph nodes, what is the stage of the disease. And then the final diagnosis is given, and on the basis of this pathological diagnosis, then the stage of the disease is figured out, and the treatment is chosen. Another part of histopathology is immunohistochemistry. Of course, it's a long title, that's why usually it's abbreviated as IHC. But the person involved in this, it is also called a pathology. We don't call them immunohistochemists. Or sometimes in English they just say immuna. We did some immuna. They mean IHC, essentially. So this thing emerged in 1980s. Essentially, it is a molecular method. This is a way to find different proteins in tissues. So immunohistochemistry means finding specific proteins in tissues. Mostly, this is required to specify the diagnosis, because the tumors could be very look-alike, but they could have different origins. And then they would be sensitive to different types of therapy. That is why that is the method to specify the diagnosis, or if we know that this is, for example, breast cancer, we still use this method to check the hormonal status to figure out if the patient can be cured with say hormonal therapy. So it has both diagnostic and theranostic significance. Yeah, so now we are at molecular pathology. And unfortunately, the term in Russian or in Ukrainian is not yet widespread. The guys who do that could be called a geneticist, a molecular biologist, which, yeah, it's partly true, but it does not reflect the essence of the term. Why do we need this specialization? Well, the most interesting thing is finding hereditary cancers. If your relative had an oncological disease, had a tumor, then depending on certain tests or certain characteristics, you can figure out if the chance of hereditary cancer is high or not. And in this case, the germline mutations are tested. Yeah, so these molecular biologists or geneticists, they can actually work in agrochemistry, in agricultural field, or in forensics. So the term molecular biology is very wide. That is why we have this narrow definition. People who do molecular diagnostics in oncology are called molecular pathologists. In Ukraine, we still are quite far from that understanding. So, besides figuring out the hereditary predisposition to the development of cancer, which is important because we can know the risk. If the risk is high, you can create some screening schedule. You can try to mitigate the risk. But also, this specialization is used to clarify the diagnosis. For example, in the situations of lymphomas and sarcomas, other methods like immunohistochemistry do not help us to differentiate the diagnostics, while molecular pathology can find a certain translocation and tell specifically what the disease is. And another big subsection, and there are many conferences on that, is what in the Western world is called theranostic, which is finding specific genetic changes in the tumor which affect the choice of therapy. Mostly this is to choose the target therapy or immunotherapy. Now this field is being developed massively. And previously, they were looking for specific isolated mutations in certain genes. Now we have big panels of genes, and the interpretation of the test is more and more complex and kind of difficult. So it's quite a big new field that I am now exploring and developing. Now, a few words about the methods. When we talk about cytology, immunohistochemistry, well, they all are different. Like a cytopathological, that's one method, IHC is a different method, but different methods. And molecular pathology has different methods. There's a whole variety. One of the most widespread is the so-called FISH, the fluorescent in situ hybridization. So there's a certain marker, very specific to some sections of the DNA, and you can figure out that a certain gene has less copies than normal, or there are some changes, some movements of these bits. Here, there are the important terms are amplification, for example, when there are several copies of a specific gene instead of one, or a deletion when the gene is no longer there, or the translocation. In English, there are two different terms, translocation and fusion. This is and this means the translocation of a segment of the chromosome into a different section or into a different chromosome. Unfortunately, in Russian or in Ukrainian, they all are rendered as what we call translocation. Essentially, when a segment is translocated to a different part of the gene, it creates a kind of a chimeric thing when a gene is mixed. And when the RNA is creating this protein, it looks like, half fish, half cow. So it's like a chimera. And that's why it's called fused. But, well, unfortunately, in the Russian language literature, this term is not widely used. It's understood, but strangely, they just put into this big pool of translocation. And yeah, I also follow that trend. When I speak, I just use the word translocation. And when we talk about amplification or deletion, in the English literature, you can see that method is intended to identify copy number variation. So amplification or deletion essentially means the variation in the number of copies of that gene. Another set of methods, the PCR or sequencing methods. We don't have just one PCR method or one sequencing method. There's a whole subset of different PCR methods or different sequencing methods. Now, mostly we have real-time PCR and the next generation sequencing. And this, of course, also is a set of different methods, but they are grouped into this term next generation sequencing, even though they even have different principles. Yeah, by now I'm sure everybody knows this abbreviation of PCR because it's used to detect COVID-19. Well, this method is used in oncology as well. And if we talk about the oncology, mostly sequencing is used to detect single nucleotide polymorphisms. What does that mean? And it's pronounced usually as a SNP. Now we have the human genome decoded. We know that our DNA is a long sequence of only 4 nucleotides, A, G, T, C. Here they are, Dima's t-shirts. And we know that it can be like A, G, D, T, C, C, and so on. And sometimes where there should be A, there's G. This is polymorphism, single nucleotide polymorphism. It's quite a frequent phenomenon, and usually it's a neutral thing. It's not significant. If it's not significant, we call it polymorphism. There are cases when there are dire consequences, and then it's a bad polymorphism, and then we call it a mutation. Yeah, but we actually all are different because we have different variants, different versions of same genes. And then genotypical variation leads to phenotypical variations, which means that we all look differently. And if it's something bad, we call it a mutation. If it's neutral or good, we call it polymorphism. Okay, so getting back to oncology and to what we find with these methods in oncology. When we say cancer, this term, it includes all types of diseases, and even in the West they call it just cancer. But the valid use of the term cancer is there only for epithelial tumors, and they can be benign, and then it's called an adenome or fibroadenome or like prostate adenome. So if you hear the word adenome, then it's benign. If it's carcinome, then it means that it's malignant epithelial cells. Yeah, we're not showing any pictures to you because it still is a lovely morning. Now to continue.
So basically we have adenocarcinoma from the glandular epithelium. Glandular cancer is the old term. We no longer use it, but it's correct. And there is also squamous cell carcinoma that stems from squamous epithelium. Squamous is not literally named in Russian term. The next group of tumors is lymphomas. We can hear it named lymph node cancer. Why? Because certain lymph nodes are enlarged, or a subset of nodes that are affected. Actually, that's not cancer per se. This is a tumor stemming from lymphocytes. That's why they are called lymphomas. And they are basically divided on the basis of cytology or cytopathology. First, they were described, and first the diagnostic criteria for lymphomas were set for Hodgkin's lymphoma. All other types of lymphomas are called non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. There are dozens of these other lymphomas. So basically speaking, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma is a challenge for translation because there are so many of them. For example, mantle cell lymphoma or DLBCL, which stands for diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. No one uses its full name. Basically, we always hear and see acronyms only because it's so difficult to pronounce. Oncohematology is something which is really complex. So many various diseases belong to this area or niche of medicine and basically oncology. Whenever you get a request for oncohematology, be careful. When we have local conferences here in Ukraine, it might be a little bit easier, whereas when we deal with the foreign conferences where everyone speaks in English, it's really, really complex because it's always based on molecular biology. I myself do not know everything related to this area. By the way, I have done recently an assignment in oncohematology. It was really challenging for me. The next subset of tumors are also quite common in terms of prevalence and incidence. I mean sarcomas. They belong to mesenchymal tumors, or they might be called soft tissue tumors. And there is a small paradox here. Soft tissue and bone tissue can be affected by these types of tumors. So you see this division on the screen. These tumors can also be both benign and malignant. When they are benign, they are called fibroma or myoma. When they are sarcomas, they can be of different subtypes. For example, bone tissue, it's osteosarcoma, and so on. We talked about localization or the place where the tumor is in the body. Now let's move on to another classification based on the histology or histological classification. So we see high-grade tumors, low-grade tumors, and be careful, we have large cell, small cell tumors and non-small cell tumors. You see the abbreviation NSCLC. The lung cancer is one of the most common cancers, and that's why you see this abbreviation quite often. So large cell, small cell, clear cell, and germ cell tumors are also other types, examples of histological classification types. Do you all agree that everything is quite logical here on this screen? Look at the left-hand column. High-grade tumor is translated as low differentiation tumor, actually. Can you feel the paradox? The simultaneous interpreters specializing in this medical topic are already engaged at the moment, so they are not able to reply. Look, high-grade tumor means that we are talking about the level of malignancy. It means this word high means that it's really malignant, very malignant. And low differentiation means it does not have properties of the cells from which this tumor is stemming. It's so changed, the cells have been changed so much they are barely recognized. And this is an example of how difficult and challenging it might be for a translator or interpreter to find the proper equivalent, because it's not very intuitive sometimes. Let's move on to staging. Once we have identified histopathological diagnosis, we have to identify or define the stage of the process. What's important for us, the interpreters or translators, is as follows. We often see case studies during the conferences like male, 65, type of carcinoma or cancer, and later we see these combinations, TNM classification. What does the T stand for? Easy, it's tumor, and usually they put the figure in front of it, which means the size of the tumor. We sometimes see TIS, which means tumor in situ. We do not translate it. The next letter, N, stands for node, lymph node basically. It means that there is a regional lymph node closest to the tumor, and we define whether it's affected by the lesion. Third letter, metastases, denotes actually metastases, and we see whether we have them or do not have, and depending on that we see the figure next to this letter, 0 up to number of metastases. We often see some organs, and it's always defined by the anatomy of our body. It's really important that you revise the topological anatomy before you go to the assignment, so that you can name all the adjacent bodies or regional lymph nodes, especially when you deal with the intestine, small intestine, large intestine. There are a lot of lymph nodes around the intestine, and molecular biologists always are very specific about the nodes they are dealing with. And again, here you might face some terminology, translation of which is not intuitive, so please make sure you know the equivalents beforehand. Okay, looking at this TNM staging classification, the higher the figures next to these letters, the worse the case. And then, as an example, T3N2MO, this is the breast cancer. This stage would be called third A stage, which means this is a big tumor, 3, 2 lymph nodes are engaged, and 0 metastasis. And the second example, T1NOM1, you see the figures are not so high, but 1 metastasis dramatically changes the situation, because it's already the 4th stage of cancer, which means the metastasis is far away from the initial tumor. For example, liver. With the primary breast cancer, liver is considered a distant organ. That's why it's 4th stage of cancer process. Now moving on to therapy. There are different types of it, systemic and something which is done locally. For example, surgery, we can remove the lesion, or it could be radiation therapy. These are very big, expansive areas of medicine. So many complex ideas, notions, everything. I would never say I know these areas well. With radiation, it's already so advanced now. They have these knives, all types of approaches, sophisticated, cutting-edge approaches. They are really complex. I do not know a thing about that, to be honest. Let's move on to systemic therapy. Depending on which type of medicine we give to the patient, we can say we are dealing with chemotherapy, immune therapy, targeted therapy, or endocrine therapy. Well, when we speak about systemic therapy, it's it's something which we know a little bit about. Before we look into the subtypes of this therapy, we have to say there is another classification. For example, neoadjuvant therapy and adjuvant therapy, depending on the clinical protocols and type of cancer. A patient might get their medical therapy or drugs before surgery, and that would be neoadjuvant therapy, or postoperatively, and that would be adjuvant therapy. When we have the fourth stage with metastases, we would start talking about the lines of therapy, first, second, and up to fourth. It depends on how much money and livelihood they have, actually. When we deal with systemic therapy, we have to somehow assess the efficiency or efficacy of the medical treatment, whether we stop the disease, whether we see regression, or vice versa. You see the system which allows just that, RECIST, response evaluation criteria in solid tumors. And I would note here that solid tumor is actually named solidные опухоли, which is not typical. The stress on the first syllable in the word solidные is not typical for Russian, but still we have to be correct about that. So back to the classification. We might have, after therapy, we might have complete response, which means the tumor disappeared, partial response, it shrinked, stabilized disease, which means the tumor stopped growing. Progressive disease means everything we are doing is not working at the moment. The therapy is not efficient. Progressive disease is something really sad. Yeah. Okay, now based on the type of drug we choose for therapy, there has always been chemotherapy. It's the very first type of treatment that emerged historically. Chemotherapist is the oncologist that specializes in choosing the best drug for the cancer patients. Let's move on. Endocrine therapy. Here we have to focus on the type of tumor, whether it be hormone sensitive or insensitive tumor. It's usually about breast cancer or prostate cancer. The next type is targeted therapy. Based on molecular testing, we can identify the target and we can choose the drug that affects this target. Here we have to mention monoclonal antibodies drugs, and usually their names are ending with UMAB. It's so interesting. And recently I've posted on my Telegram channel the classification of names for drugs based on which you can identify the target cells and so on. Next type, TKI, which stands for tyrosine kinase inhibitors, and these drugs are usually ending in INIB. In a lot of conferences, we can hear when they speak about immunotherapy, they usually speak about control point inhibitors. These drugs are targeting immune system, but there are also other types of drugs, immunomodulators, vaccines, cell-based immunotherapy, oncolytic viruses. But these checkpoint inhibitors are the most common, and everyone is using them nowadays. Thank you very much for attention. I hope it was useful for you as practitioners, and I wish we all face these words only and exclusively in our work environment. Otherwise, you are colleagues with Anya, and you can ask advice from me through her if you need. I wish you didn't need that. Thank you so much, Dmitry and Anna. I'm sorry for interrupting our speakers, and I am doing that to have Q&A session. Did you enjoy that? Do we have any questions? At least someone understood a word from this presentation. That's good. I understood very little, but my question is as follows. In medical interpretation and translation, do we have this trend? Do you see the trend? When the old post-Soviet or Soviet terminology is forgotten and the new English-based terminology is used in our linguistic environment. Yeah, that's the trend we see. I work in medical conferences and I see that our speakers who often travel for work and travel to other countries for conferences, they use so many foreign acronyms and terms even when they speak here at home, actually. Yes, I also agree. There are a lot of words that are just adopted, and that's it. The term we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, pathologist, that's what we say among us, the professionals, and fish, fluorescent in situ hybridization, that's too long. Or IHC, immunohistochemistry, or sequencing, next generation sequencing, and so on. We, the professionals, do use these English acronyms and terms profusely. Okay, right. Do we have a question? I'm sorry, maybe I just missed it. Diagnostic methods. I heard intraoperative diagnosis or diagnostics. The native speaker called it frozen somehow. I could not understand. So the native speaker said frozen, whereas it was intraoperative diagnostics. Is it the same or not? Okay, intraoperative diagnostics. What is it? It's when you have your patient on the table in operative room, operation room, and you still cannot understand whether it's malignant or benign tumor, or you do not know the status of lymph nodes, and you do not know how far you should go with removing the nodes and the tumor. And while the patient is still open, you send the tissues to the lab for testing. Yes, that's true. They often call this frozen term, or they might call it express histopathology. This might be used as a synonym. Intrasurgical, intraoperative, frozen sections, tissue sections. Something like that. That's true. These are equivalents. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. I was listening carefully, was trying to memorize and make notes. So my question is, actually I have a couple of questions, and they are all about translation. At the beginning, you said about the inconsistency of terminology between English and Russian or Ukrainian. We often have lack of equivalent in Russian and Ukrainian. So what do we do about that when you translate a document from English and you find absolutely nothing similar in Russian or Ukrainian? What do we do? Do we use this English term, just transliterating it in Cyrillic, or what would be your advice? That's my first question. My first question was for Anya, and now for Dima.
Когда вот слушали вы перевод конференции,
I'm asking you to be honest. When you were listening to interpretation of conferences, what did you listen more carefully? Did you listen to Anya's interpretation or the original sound? Okay, let me reply first. When you are in a interpretation setting, if you are in a booth, it's okay. But if you are doing consec and you are surrounded by the doctors, you always can ask and you can make it comfortable for them. But when you are working at home at your desk and doing translation, there is no other option. The best option would be to have kind of communication with the professionals and with your colleagues, of course. I did not. I'm sorry. My turn to reply. Which conference did you mean? You said you were listening to Anya's interpretation of a conference, medical conference. Okay. I was not at home. I was at the conference, but in the next room. Okay. Anyway, I was listening to Anya's interpretation, and I didn't hear any nonsense. Everything was fine. Both the speaker and Anya did well. Let me say it like this. A couple of years ago, I was not listening interpretation at conferences. I just didn't think about that. When we had our conferences about lab diagnostics, I was sometimes asked by my superiors to listen to interpretation and assess it. I did it twice, and both times it was very bad. Then we started inviting Anya, and she did well. I would never say that there is 100% coverage of a speech. You could never render every single notion, every single word, but that's not critical. What's essential is there is no distortion in the meaning of what is said. I sometimes hear an interpreter speaking like a machine gun, with a high pace, but the sense, the meaning of what is being delivered by the speaker is distorted. It's actually not what they meant. And I look at the audience, and their faces are kind of lost. They look lost, and that's bad. Now, during the pandemic and the lockdown, we had no conferences, but from now on, I tend to listen to both the speaker and the interpreter whenever I attend a conference. Yeah, that's true. You can never render every word. When we talk about medical conferences, usually doctors speak with high pace. They speak fast, and the quantity, the number of meaning units is really high. But what's good for us is that the speakers tend to repeat what they said for the first time, then they do it once again and then again. So we will have plenty of time to deliver the message correctly. But we have to make sure we never distort the initial message. And you have to be able to identify what can be lost in translation and what cannot. Now about translation and interpretation. Who listened to our interpreters? What would you say? Do you remember the moment that we switched to the Q&A session? The interpreters, our interpreters, actually had this presentation, but in Q&A you can never know what's going to be asked, and this is the critical moment. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, that's true. When a speaker listens to a question about things that they have never said, that's something confusing. Q&A is actually the best way to assess, to estimate the quality of interpretation. If the questions are irrelevant, this means the interpretation was bad. Thank you. That's not a question I'd like to voice. It's a comment. Yeah, about missing something in translation. That's true. That's true, but that's not needed. 100% can never be and should not be rendered. I would like to say that you initiated a very good thing. And my question, or rather a wish, would be, could we consider this an initiative, a start for something which could be done for other subject areas, not only medicine? And now to your medical topic. You are a wonderful duet. You are an interpreter and a medical professional. I'm sure this initiative could be beneficial for both sets of professionals. Why did we decide to do that? Because at one of the conferences I worked at, I saw something similar, but these people were an interpreter and a legal professional, a lawyer, and that's why I decided to do this. So now Natalia Fedorenkova is typing in our chat box in online streaming that oil and gas would be a nice thing to talk about next year, maybe. Okay, right. Let's thank Anna and Dmitry for a wonderful speech, a wonderful presentation. Hopefully this initiative would be resumed next year. This Friday we will have interpretation battles. What does it mean? Or translation battles? We will have 2 online moderators, and the participants will be basically here on site. So we are now looking for volunteers. What is a battle? We will have a situation, an actual case, and we will role play based on these cases. So that's going to be on Friday at 6:40 p.m. And I'm sure our online audience will be able to follow that as well.
Yeah, and these battles are also interpreted, so feel free to be part of them. Okay, it's time for our next speaker, Andrei Lashenko, conference interpreter, our distinguished colleague. For years, he has interpreted for the Minister of Defense. He worked at a variety of defense-related organizations, such as NATO. He has extensive experience, and he'll tell us what it means to be an interpreter.
So today I'll be speaking in English. Hopefully everyone will survive my American accent. I'm sorry for that, but still can do nothing about it. Well, hello everyone, and thank you, Victoria, for the introduction. Now, I don't need to tell you my name, so I can save more time for additional recommendations and suggestions on the topic. And as you can see, probably today we'll be speaking about the interpretation as part of the official delegation. There is a lot of, small things, peculiarities that you have to take into consideration unless you want to get in trouble. And since nobody wants to get in trouble, let's have a look at what we're going to cover today. And we'll start with a big question. That is why listen to me anyway. Then we're going to talk about the official program, what it is, what do you need to try and get for yourself in order to properly prepare for the bilateral event. Then we're going to talk about some talking points, and we're going to cover YouTube. I mean, like, why? What's it for? But believe me, you can find an absolutely enormous amount of information from YouTube while preparing for any bilaterals or any official event. Then, of course, we'll have a conversation about the way you should cooperate with the protocol office, because this is something also very important. It's either you have a cooperation, or once again, you can get in trouble. Of course, I will offer you with the useful checklist so that you can have a brief summary of what you will hear in the course of the presentation, so that when you enter the room and you're about to start the interpretation process, if you cover all those issues that I will offer you for you in this useful checklist, then at least you cannot worry about anything else except for the interpretation process. So let's get into that point of our major discussion, and we'll start with the major question, as I've said. Why listen to me anyway? Well, the short answer is I have experience, really. And it happened so that I was the only official interpreter to the ministers of defense of Ukraine in the period from or since 2012 until 2019. And it happened so that while I was doing the interpretation for the minister, in some cases there were other people invited as well, starting with the president of Ukraine, the NATO Secretary General. Once there was a UN Secretary General, really. It was very worrying, but an interesting experience. Then I've interpreted for a number of secretaries of defense. I was fortunate enough to interpret for 3 secretaries of defense of the United States. Of course, ambassadors, and live on TV. That was an interesting experience. Well, in some cases, troublesome experience, but I can assure you there was no incident during my watch. So nothing happened, really. Now, one more thing. I know that this information may be interesting, but I wanted to make sure that it would sound credible as well. And in order to make sure that you can refer to some of the information and recommendations that I'm about to give you, I have asked for a number of very notable figures to review this presentation and to see if they're happy with that or not. So I'm very grateful to Evgenia Gabar, the Deputy Director for the Diplomatic Academy, to Vadim Kosteli, the interpreter of, well, really the conference interpreter with a large experience, and to a good friend of mine, Yuri Plotnikov. He was the head of the protocol office in the Ministry of Defense for 13 years. So all of them have seen this presentation, provided some interesting recommendations, and well, believe me, you can use that as the reference for your future jobs if there will be somehow connected with the diplomatic activity, with interpreting for official delegations. So I would say that this is the introduction, and the introduction is over. And without further ado, we could go straight into business. And we'll start with the official program of the visit. This is something that you must have, or at least you need to try to do anything in order to get it. Now, this is a joint product of the embassy and the officers of the protocol. And this is a living document, really. So there is never a final version of the program. You can easily get into a situation when your plane just landed somewhere, well, whenever you go, wherever you go, and the first people you see would be the people from the embassy. Now, they would say, hello, welcome, and would like to tell you about the changes in the official program. So this is something that can happen, really. But nonetheless, you do need to get this program for yourself. Now, in order for you to know what to ask for, I'd say that there are a number of different versions of those programs. There is a full version. Now, this is something that is absolutely wonderful for interpreter, because it contains absolutely all the information you might need. The person you're going to meet, or at least you're going to interpret for, then, detailed information on the participants of the event, who's going to participate, who's going to be sitting in the front row, who's going to sit in the back row. Then seating plan in the motorcade, which is also important. We'll talk about that later on, but really, this is what you would really like to have, and this is what you need to start to ask for. There is a short version of the program, and it only contains the timing and the name of the event, like bilateral meeting with someone. Maybe it will happen, maybe not, but you won't get all the information that might be necessary for you. There is a media event version. This is okay. That just contains the list of events that will be covered by the mass media. Sorry. So it's good, but you won't get too much useful information from that. Also, there is a separate programs for certain members of the delegation. Now, this is truly important because, for example, if you are interpreting for a delegation like from the Ministry of Defense, like in my case, and there was a large delegation headed by the president, and they would go somewhere like NATO summit, something like that. Now, in this case, your delegation would be a small one as part of the big one. So it would participate in certain events, but for certain events, it would go separately. So you need to make sure that you know where are you going in order, well, not to forget that you're about to interpret somewhere else while you're standing with the main delegation. So this is truly an important situation because in some cases, the delegations could be large, really. I can give you one example. There was a NATO summit in Warsaw, and the US delegation had to take 2 aircrafts in order to transport their delegation. They had something like 300 in their delegation, really. So separate programs could save your life in certain ways. And one more thing, I want to underline that the interpreter must know the program. Not, I will look at it upon arrival. Believe me, this is not the best option. You need to know this program beforehand in order to ask any questions you might want to ask well, to the protocol office. Now, for you to know which questions to ask, there is a few things, a few recommendations that I can give you. Now, this is kind of a standard program that you could easily find. In this case, this is the program for a delegation from the Ministry of Defense. Now, let's have a look at what information, what data do you need to search for. We'll start with definitely who are you meeting with. It's important, really, because you need to know, you need to prepare for this bilateral. In some cases, it will be simultaneous interpretation. But in most cases, in case of diplomatic interpreting, it is still a consecutive interpretation, really, because not all the rooms are equipped with simultaneous equipment. Then, what else? Are you the only interpreter? Really? In some cases, like 50% or even more, you can be the only interpreter who would be working for both sides. And it's okay, it's nothing extraordinary, but at least you have to be prepared, well, mentally, for doing the interpretation for both sides. We'll take more of an interesting information. This is what vehicle you're going to take, what is the sitting plan, because the motorcade can be a big one. I mean, it can be composed of 6 or even 7 cars in case of a big delegation. So, like, you can imagine a situation, you leave the facility where you just had an interpretation process, an intense one, and you just feel relaxed or something like that, but it's not the end of the day. There is a large motorcade, and you need to find your place and do that real quick. Nobody's going to wait for you, believe me. Then, mind the number of the vehicle in the column and your seat. This is also a very important aspect that you need to verify with the protocol office. And the reason for that is sometimes there is a situation when, for example, the motorcade arrives to a venue where the meeting is going to take place, and there is a welcoming party. over there standing and waiting for the head of the delegation. Now, when the motorcade stops, you need to make sure that you're sitting in the front seat, or at least in the seat that is closest to the door, in order to make sure you just wait for the car to stop. You open the door as quickly as possible and you run to the first car in order to make sure that when the door of this car opens and the head of the delegation would step out, you would be already standing behind him to offer the interpretation during this greetings or exchange of handshakes with the welcoming party. I'm not saying that they will tell something very serious or some important matters will be discussed. No. In some cases it could be, but still you have to be behind the head of the delegation already. And if you feel that the place or the seat that you were allocated and the car you were told to take, if that car is too far away from the first car with the head of the delegation, you need to address this issue to the protocol office in advance. Like, look, guys, I won't be able to stand behind the head of the delegation at the time he opens the door and he leaves the car. So it's either you will try and resolve this issue with the protocol office, or you both get in trouble. Because, I mean, the head of the delegation will just, will look for his interpreter, will not find the one, and, well, the delegation is the one who's not providing that, like, services, let's say. A few more things to mention. Also, this is the program of the Ministry of Defense. So let's take a look at some more aspects. This coffee tea thing that you can easily find in some of the programs, it's good. I mean, it can give you the time to have a rest. It can give you a time to recon the area where the meeting is going to take place. But in most cases, it will never happen. I mean, it's written in the program, but like in 90%, they will go straight to the meeting. So don't really rely on that. It's not guaranteed, absolutely. Then you may take a look at the number of people who will participate in the event. For example, if you can see that there will be at least 15 speakers on the other side, plus the Ukrainian delegation, plus the journalists, plus some other, I don't know, people who might be invited to this event. And if that's a large room, and you can also see that you are the only one interpreter, now you might want to ask for a microphone, because otherwise you can get into trouble. I mean, having to interpret for 45 minutes or so, in our case, that's 1 hour and 15 minutes, only by yourself, and having to control your voice in a manner so that everybody would be able to hear what you interpret. You can lose your voice easily. So that's the point where you can go to the protocol office and say, look, we have a risk here. I might want to use or to try and use the microphone. It doesn't mean that you will get one, really. Absolutely not. There is a possibility, but if you will raise this issue beforehand, there could be a better chance that you will get the mic and you will be able to prepare properly and, well, interpret properly during the event. A few more things to look at is the seat, whether you're sitting at the table or somewhere else. We're going to talk about the sitting plans in the end of my presentation, but really try to make sure that you go into this room where their interpretation is going to take place, or the bilateral, and try to find the seat. It's important because of a number of aspects. If you're sitting at the table, okay, that's perfect. Well, that's the best situation ever. In this case, you'll be sitting to the left of the head of delegation, and you know your place. It's always there. But if you're sitting on the additional seats, as you can see in here, now there could be variations. I'm going to tell you a story. That was one of my first interpretations, and we were in Pentagon. We were supposed to, I was supposed to interpret at the meeting with the Secretary of Defense, and it's always like that. You interpret for the handshakes and for exchange of greetings, and while doing so, the rest of the delegation is already taking their seats. So while interpreting, you have to, well, concentrate at least some portion of your attention to the route that you can take in order to find your seat, because the whole delegation will be sitting already. And if you won't be able to, to ask, could you please raise while I take my seat? Well, nobody's going to do that. So I've interpreted these handshakes, these photographing, and I approached the table and understood there was no seat for me. Absolutely. Not in the front rows, like, just by the table, but on the back rows as well. So everything happens if you're not able to, to recon the area before the event will take place. So I had to take like 2 steps back, and the whole introductory part with all the journalists and things like that, I kept interpreting while standing. I looked back at the protocol office and I tried to, to signal them that something is wrong, but hopefully they understood. And in my case, it was a success. They understood that something went wrong. And after 5 minutes of the meeting, they brought me a seat. But really, this is to underline the importance of having to recon the area where you're going to interpret. Also, as I've said, no place to speak. And one more thing about the sitting. If you're doing the whispering interpretation, make sure you have a certain distance from the head of the delegation. Really, it's important. Because in some cases, you might want to ask the protocol office to change the seats for the person that you will be offering the whispering interpretation to. Once I had a situation, the protocol office told me that I would need to interpret to the Minister of Defense, provide him whispering interpretation, but in the presence of the President of Ukraine. So, and their seats were put close together. And no matter the fact that I was sitting as far as I could, like after 5 minutes of my whispering interpretation, the President looked at me. He said nothing. But believe me, I stopped whispering. Nothing more. Sorry for that, but like, I couldn't do that. I started in 5 minutes or so, but I was speaking very, silently so that nothing could be heard. But really, the idea that you could use is make sure there is a chance to, to change their seats, to at least to have like 2 meters away from the head of the delegation. Otherwise, you'll be disturbing him. No matter how silently you provide your whispering interpretation. So that's important. Now, the final thing is, look where the next meeting is going to take place. If that's going to take place in the same building, then in most cases, the interval, the time between 2 meetings could be like 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. So it's either you will leave the room after the head of the delegation, not in front of the head of the delegation, as you'll get in trouble, because the journalists will be standing around and they don't want to, to make a photo of you, but of the heads of the delegation. So you need to make sure that you leave this room as fast as possible in order to, be able to, reach the venue or the premise for the next bilateral to take place. So that's important, really. What's wrong? Oh, sorry. Okay, now if you would take a look at the templates for the programs of the visit, you could see to the left is the one that is used by the presidential protocol. And to the right, this one is used by the protocol in the Ministry of Defense. So as you can see, they are using pretty much the same templates. So whenever you have this chance of working with the official delegations, you can expect of having something like that for yourself. At least you need to try and get this program. Okay, enough about the program, and let's talk about the talking points. Now, there is also a number of versions of the talking points, and what you need to try and get is the complete version of the talking points. Now, this is important because it contains a lot of interesting information for you. It contains the talking points exactly on that bilateral that you're going to interpret. It may contain the biographies of the person that you're about to interpret. It may also contain general information on the current level of cooperation with this or that country. And this is also important because this is the background that you can use really to prepare for the bilaterals. In some cases, it would contain information like on the previous agreements reached during the previous consultations, or any standing agreements or things that could be raised in the course of the bilateral. So it's really important, and you really need to try and get this. It may also contain, by the way, statements for the press. Now, in most cases, they won't read them. So, I mean, you can read it in order to try and get what sort of information, what sort of data will be emphasized in the course of the event, but they absolutely, well, you cannot be sure that they will read it. Okay, so look for the 8th version of these talking points as well. Usually, the final version, the editor's card, so to say, would be available like 1 day before the departure of the delegation. Anything else is already outdated. Now, there is a number of versions, as I've said, for those talking points. It could be a complete text. That is the text that this person can simply read. That's the best possible option for the interpreter, because he can read a lot. He can get a lot of information out of that. Or it could be an instructions, as you can see on the right. It simply says don't forget to tell about this one, or raise this issue, or express the words of gratitude for something. So it's good, but it's not that informative. And one more thing, the talking points, they can be confidential. Not the exact talking points like what he's going to say, but the additional information, as it may contain certain data, certain figures, and just make sure you're not leaving it somewhere else. Because if the journalist will find it, that will be, a source of very interesting publications and things like that. In the end of the day, who's getting in trouble? The interpreter. Okay, so one more thing in the end of my conversation on the talking points. The more experienced is the speaker, the less he reads his notes and the talking points as well. Okay. We'll get to an interesting part of my presentation. That is the way you should use the YouTube. Now, be ready to interpret both sides. Remember, I've already mentioned that. And listen to the possible speakers in advance, because sometimes you may be really surprised. Now, you need to learn their tricks and special figures. Now, I'm sure everyone knows English, right? Everyone's fluent in English, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to try your skills. Listen to this.
First to go in the final round from Welch, Oklahoma, Justin Dodson.
$1.42 and a half down to the hand 3. $3.43 and a half. $1.43 and a half down to the $3.4. $44 and $144 bill. How about down 44? $3 and a half. How about $4.43?
Now, it's not a medical interpretation, really, but you need to be ready, because in some cases, your speaker may, be incredible in any terms. Okay, but hopefully you can get another speaker, or you won't have this sort of a speaker in your career. But in addition to, listening to the speakers, you need to pay attention to the language they're using and to their movements they're taking. Now, watch this video.
Very important question, a very critical question. Why should Americans invest in the defense industry, in the Turkish defense industry especially?
Thank you very much for your question. It's a really right and big question. My answer is that if the American companies come to Turkey, invest in the defense industry, this will help us to produce cost-saving production due to this financial crisis, austerity times. It is the right place to produce cost-saving project and high-quality productions.
Okay. Now, what conclusions can you make out of this video? If I would be preparing to, well, to interpret during a bilateral with this person, then I would well, pay attention to the way the question was asked. In simple grammar, standard word order, clear pronunciation. So when you will be interpreting for this person, make sure you will use the same. Because if you'll be using advanced grammar or colloquialisms or something similar to that, he won't simply understand the question. And it's your job as the interpreter to make sure that you are interpreting in a manner that would be perfectly understood for the other side. If you need to somehow adapt, then do that. One more thing. If you will look at the way he answered that, and if you look carefully, you will see that, well, at least in the beginning of the video, you saw he was holding a pack of cards. Now, that's an absolutely unique manner of having the talking points. The talking points are printed on the cards, and he got, a whole lot of them, really. And when he's nervous, he starts shuffling those cards. And the talking points become mixed. So, you could, maybe, you've seen that while he was answering the question. At first, he was using plain words, but then his eyes went down and he started reading. And then it was a written text. The problem is that in some cases, the beginning does not really match the end. And you need to, to be ready to that. It's not that you become suddenly deaf or you cannot understand English. No, it's not the case. You have to be ready, to adapt once again. And I mean, you can see in my presentation there is a kind of an English version of what he said already. I'm not going to concentrate on that. I'm just wanted to tell that this is possible, really. One more thing. Watch here.
It's great to see you again, and I know that we're catching you on a busy day before you hit the hill and then head back. You've been in Washington for a couple of days. You're here right after the NATO summit. Talk to us a little bit about what the mood was at that summit. There were a lot of concerns about transatlantic unity in the wake of President Trump's announcement of tariffs, a concern about a transatlantic trade war, some other language. And so a lot of our NATO allies are concerned whether there will be a message of unity from the alliance when alliance leaders meet in July in Brussels. Talk to us a little bit about the NATO ministerial and the tone that it sets for the meeting of leaders in July.
Yeah, good morning. Indeed, so there were quite a lot of discussions, and the first question was about the unity of NATO and about the need to close the gaps and to find the compromises between the allies which are here. And of course, all actually people with whom I discussed, so really they would like to avoid that these disputes, which are now in some other areas of defense, will move actually to defense and security area, to the poisoning, of course, NATO summit, and also so for the directions of strengthening of NATO. This is about that. We are family, and of course, not everything is nice and good in the families usually, but it's about the compromises, living together, working together, and finding the compromises. So we very much expect that during this 4 weeks, so the atmosphere will improve, at least regarding NATO summit, and of course we will have the summit about the strengthening of NATO, and again the next stage of regaining.
Well, enough of that. Really. Once more, what sort of conclusions can we make out of it? Like the question the journalist asked, he used advanced grammar, he used colloquialisms, it was an open question, and it was really an unprepared interview. So when you will be interpreting from Ukrainian into English, you can use whatever you want. That's no problem, there is no limitations. But you have to be ready. If you'll be interpreting for both sides, you have to be ready for this type of speeches. really. So it's a kind of a descriptive answer, really. So he builds a picture rather than states a series of facts, and it's very hard to interrupt him, because if you'll interrupt, you'll open up in a situation when there is nothing to say, really. I mean, it's hard to provide a certain interpretation that would contain certain facts or something like that, because once again he builds a picture rather than gives an answer. So it can be hard, really, but if you get used to that style, you can do the interpretation. There will be a lot of simplifications. There will be a lot of, well, compression, but it can happen, really. So in this case, as I've said, there is no need for simplifications. It's okay for simultaneous, because with all the compression that we can use during the simultaneous event, I'm sure that the simultaneous interpreters, they will not be happy in the beginning, but in the end they will understand what sort of advantages this will bring to them. One more, and in fact the final one. Listen carefully.
Mr. President, thank you for your unbending support and shared vision. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to welcome you all again at the Riga conference. It would not be overestimated to acknowledge that the Riga conference has become one of the major conferences of defense and security in the region.
Okay, good. Now, what can you make out of it? Well, even if he reads the text, it can also provide you with a whole lot of information that you can use for the preparation. Because if you look at that very carefully, you can see that he was reading the flowers. The flowers, that was the introductory part. So he was reading that. In that case, well, this means that he's not very fluent in English. One more thing, he was reading the articles. He was clearly pronouncing the endings of the words, which is, you know, it might indicate that you would need to simplify the interpretation process. You would need to use simple grammar, no conditionals, and, well, things like that. So even when the person is reading, this could also be a source of multiple conclusions for you as the interpreter when you're preparing for the interpretation process. Once again, I'd like to underline your mission as the interpreter to make sure that the other side would understand absolutely everything what the head of the delegation wants to underline. This is your job, okay? And nobody else is responsible for that. One more thing, as we start talking about the cooperation with the protocol, really, this is very important. You have to know the protocol office. You have to, well, establish really tight cooperation in between of them, because there is many questions that you can discuss, and you really have to discuss before the event will start. As I've said, everything should be coordinated in advance, and really nothing ever goes as planned. These are, you know, dignitaries. Their timetable is changing frequently, and that is why really nothing ever goes as planned. Now, as I've said, you're fully responsible for the interpretation process, and we'll talk about the sitting plan, as I've already told you we will in the beginning of my briefing. So this is the standard way, although it's becoming less popular nowadays. If you're sitting at the table, usually, if you have a seat at the table, then this seat will be to the left of the head of the delegation. That's the most convenient way. You have a place to, you know, to make your notes. It's always easy. You're sitting close to the main speaker, because in most cases, only the head of the delegation will speak. So you can easily intervene if necessary, if he will forget about you and he will forget to make pauses. So it brings a lot of advantages for the interpreter. Mind the distance between the seats, unless you can get in trouble, because you'll be, you know, you will need to control your voice, and in order not to speak too loud, because you'll be speaking practically into his ear. So make sure there is a space in between of these seats. This is how it looks like, really. You're sitting to the left of the head of delegation, and every member of the delegation has his seat at the table. The most convenient option. There could be other option. In this case, also, I wasn't allowed actually to sit at the table, but I was sitting behind him in the beginning, whispering. That was the situation when I was whispering too loud, by the way. So I decided to make sure I have the largest distance possible from the president. But there could be other situations as well. And the sitting plan could look like this. That's in case of a large events, really large events, like a NATO summit with a lot of rooms prepared for bilaterals. Now, this is less convenient for you because the note-taking is challenging. You have to control the pitch, the loudness, and everything like that. Besides, you're an unavoidable TV star, as I say, because in any case, you will get on a photo. There is absolutely no way how you can, disappear from the stage or something like that, how you can make 2 steps to the left or to the right so that you're not in the camera. So in this case, you will definitely get on the camera. So this is how it looks like, really. In some cases, it's convenient. In some cases, it's not. But what you have to understand is that you are interpreting for the head of the delegation. Only for the head of the delegation. The rest of the delegation could be sitting like 3 meters away. Of course, you can speak loudly for everyone to hear, but that would be really disturbing for the head of the delegation because it would have to listen to all the screams that you produce. Not the best option. Okay, so finally, the last but not the least are the ceremonies. The ceremonies, they also require certain knowledge and cooperation between the interpreter and the head of the protocol office, or at least with the protocol office. There is no standard approach to ceremonies and to the way how you need to interpret, because in some cases there is a certain level of understanding in foreign language, in some cases it's not. But let's take a look at one ceremony. I'll give you a few recommendations so that you would understand what to look for and which questions you need to ask from the protocol office. So, okay, this is the official meeting. So whenever a dignitary would arrive to the Ministry of Defense, there is a ceremony, if this is a real big dignitary. And there is a ceremony, like a welcoming ceremony. So at first, we'll start from left to right. So at first, you appear closer to the vehicle of the head of the delegation, the arriving delegation. The minister, in some cases, would be waiting for him, for the other delegation to arrive. And you provide interpretation for the welcoming words, for any greetings that might be there. Besides, the head of the protocol would instruct the minister or whatever else dignitary who arrive, he would instruct him on the ceremony, how it's going to be happening, what he's got to do, any words he have to say, things like that. Then you disappear, and make sure you're disappearing in a proper manner, because there are a lot of journalists around, and I've seen, some interpreters willing to disappear. They were like this, and it's all went on cameras, really. No good. So you're just walking by, making sure you're not on the cameras, you disappear. Now, you reappear again during the introduction process, because in our case, the 2 ministers, they would be passing by the honor guard, right? Okay. They would be passing by the honor guard, and when they did so, there will be an introduction, and they will meet each member of the delegation. Right? So you would need to reappear again in order to provide interpretation if necessary. Okay. When this is done, you need to disappear again, because the honor guard will be marching in front of those 2 ministers, and you don't want to get like on the background of this perfect situation, because, well, the cameras are there, The journalists are there. They want to have a great picture, and they don't want you to be on that picture. Now, when this is done, you need to reappear again in order to make sure that you're already standing behind the minister and provide the interpretation while they'll be walking into the building. That's only one of the ceremonies. Believe me, there are many of them. But you have to understand how the process goes and be able to ask any questions that you have to the protocol office. It's important, really. Now, these useful checklists that I've promised you, if you know the questions to those answers, if you at least thought about those questions, then you can feel safe. This will save you in most of the cases. So the questions are, do you have the updated program? Do you know the key bilaterals? Do you know your colleagues, if there will be a colleague? Then, do you know the car, the route that you need to take? Do you know the room numbers where the interpretation is going to take place? Do you have the talking points? And have you heard the key speakers before? Also, have you asked the protocol office of any special features like seats, like any special requests of the other side? Have you seen your seat? Well, or chair, if it's available. Have you checked the equipment, the channels? That's in case if you'll be interpreting NATO headquarters, you need to make sure that you're on the same channel. And don't forget your copy of the talking points when all this is over, just like my briefing. So thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for your wonderful, comprehensive presentation. And we have first question from our online audience, actually from our colleague, Daria Bibikova, French interpreter.
Okay.
And she wants to know, could you please tell us more about coordination with interpreter from other side, especially if you didn't have time before the meeting to discuss all the actions?
Well, in this case, as I've said earlier, the program is in fact a joint work, a joint product of the protocol office and the embassy in that country. So the embassy would definitely know all the detailed information on the bilateral, really. And if you see that there will be an interpreter on the other side during most of the events, then you can ask the embassy or ask the protocol to ask the embassy who's going to interpret. In some cases, they can provide you with the phone number of the person. And, well, you can use Viber, WhatsApp, we all speak English anyway. You can talk to this person and you can agree on some aspects that could be necessary, like who's interpreting the handshake and who's looking for the seat, for example, because this could simplify the matter when you're already started the interpretation process. Now, you can briefly tell what's expected, what sort of topics could be raised, but you're not allowed to, of course, to provide the talking points to that person. You can say that these topics or these terms, even the terms, they could be used in the course of the briefing. And she could do the same for you. I mean, she could tell, okay, now, well, these topics could be raised, but I'm not sure. Like, these terms could be raised. In most cases, she will tell, or he will tell only the terms. It could be also useful. I mean, for you to prepare, to be ready, because any context any issue could be raised in the course of the meeting.
Okay, and worst case scenario, you just come into the room and there is another interpreter.
Good. Happy to welcome. Hello. We'll be friends, hopefully.
Are you going to coordinate your action somehow before you start?
In most cases, they want time for that. We just, if that's a simultaneous interpretation, then you could at least agree on some points, because, I mean, the standard way of working would not work in there. I know we're working for like 20, 25, or 30 minutes, depending on the speaker, and then we switch, right? And in case of a diplomatic interpretation, they want to have their national speaker, right, to interpret for their delegation. In some cases, it is possible, like when they're exchanging their points. So they don't usually speak like for 30 minutes. But if they are delivering something, like delivering a speech or doing a presentation, this could take a while, like 45 minutes or an hour, and you won't be able to interpret simultaneous. I mean, you can, really, but that's going to have a devastating effect on your possibility to continue with the interpretation process, really. So we can agree, like, if there is a large presentation coming, please help me with that, or we'll switch on that as well, and I will help you later on. Those are the things that could be useful. Or, for example, that this interpreter will start, or you will start, because usually the meeting will take place in the following manner. The two delegations will come into the room, right? And the heads of the delegation, they will come close for a handshake, and this is a perfect place and perfect timing for a photo, right? And while doing this handshake, they can exchange some, something that also requires interpretation, but they won't be using microphones, so simultaneous interpretation won't work in this case. And if we have, if there is two interpreters, we can agree between each other who's going to wait in the booth while who's going to stay in the room and do the initial interpretation during this welcoming or greeting part, and then we'll run into the booth. Because in some cases, it's a long distance. I mean, in the NATO HQ, there is a special room where the NATO Secretary General is meeting. But the booth for the interpreters, well, it's like 150 meters, like different corridors and things like that. So you need like 2 or 3 minutes to get into the booth. But you still need to interpret this, the welcoming part. So this is a perfect timing for you to agree on some of aspects that, all in all, to make sure that everything is interpreted for members of delegation.
Thank you. Daria, please give us a sense that we answered your question. And we have more questions. Anna was the first, and then I've seen two more hands.
Yeah, Andrei, thanks for the presentation. That was really informative, and special thanks for including the auctioneer. Yeah, the thing is that when I lived in the States, when I was in high school in a host family, my host father was an auctioneer, so fond memories. Fortunately, I never had to interpret him. I am not really sure they interpret the auctioneers, though. Well, the question was different, actually. I did my share of diplomatic interpreting, and the main takeaway I got from it is that it requires a lot of stamina, because both physical and cognitive load are enormous. And I'm just interested, how do you manage to keep in top shape so that you can face the reality and just do those long days and extremely long hours? I know that everybody has their own coping strategies, but I'm just interested in your personal recipe.
Well, you can get a lot out of preparation, really. Because if you read all those documents that you would originally try to get before the event, you wouldn't have an understanding of what's going to be, on the table, which question's going to be raised. And in some cases, after several meetings with several delegations, you can come up to a situation when you know what the speaker is going to say, really. Because when the situation happened in 2014 or during the crash of an MH17, there were a number of delegations in there. And really, we had like 6 or 7 meetings in the morning and the same in the evening, and maybe some phone calls at night. But it's difficult from the point of stamina, but they were raising the same questions, actually, and they gave, well, similar answers. There were some differences, of course, because different nations were asking for certain aspects, but something was in common, and that saves a lot of time and efforts and stamina, because you already know what's going to be. You already can prepare, at least mentally, that, okay, there's going to be this big phrase right now. I have it somewhere. Haha, here it is. And I'm going to make sure that everything would sound perfectly clear. But you have to, pay attention still to the conversation, because they might ask something peculiar, or the answer would contain like additional information that was never mentioned before.
Thank you. And we have one more question. Please name yourself.
My name is Olga. I'm very happy to ask this question now because I work for a defense-related project and I sometimes interpret, maybe not presidents, but anyway. My question is, how do you handle situations when the speaker makes mistakes and you see that this might be politically sensitive to interpret him word by word directly?
There's two people that can help you with that. The head of the protocol, and in some cases, it's usually there is a person in the ministry who would be responsible for foreign relations. Like in case of the Ministry of Defense, that would be a deputy minister for Euro-Atlantic integration. So, in some cases, like when there is something really important, you can talk to them and receive any instructions they might want to give. What sort of corrections, well, if not corrections, but, you know, small things you are allowed to do without asking. Once, like maybe 10 years or so ago, I was interpreting for a bilateral in NATO, and the head of my delegation told Iran and not Iraq. Now, I had certain instructions before that, and I knew, you know, the things I could do, the things I would not be allowed to do. If there would be a journalist in there, I would say Iran, but then I would make a note to the head of the delegation, like, could you please, like, specify that in the next phrase or so. So this is the way you can do that. If there are journalists in there, and they will say, I'm sorry, I meant like this country, in order not to have any problems. But I understood there were no journalists in there, and there was clearly kind of a small issue that could be easily, you know, omitted. So I told in my interpretation it was Iraq and not Iran. I got you know, a glance, I caught a glance from the protocol. They were saying, well, okay, but we'll talk about that later. But, well, you need to look at, you know, the overall situation, whether a journalist or not, whether it can be done or not. If you have any doubts, just make a note to the head of the delegation, like, sir, it was something like that. Did you mean it or not? And he will, you know, he will give another sentence in just a few, you know, kind of minutes or so. And that will help the situation to be resolved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Andrei had a question, right?
Thanks a lot for the presentation. I love the I want nothing bit included in the slide. My question is, how would you deal with the situation when you're head of the delegation, the person you're interpreting for, when they forget about your existence? How do you subtly nudge them into like, whoa, I'm here, I need to interpret what you just said before you carry on?
Well, they need an air to breathe, really, sometimes. And they can, well, I don't know how many sentences they can give without catching another breath of air. And when they do that, now that's your golden opportunity to intervene.
And that's also somebody else's golden opportunity to intervene with a remark or a reply. And then you have to stop another person from doing that. If it's not recorded, of course, and if it's not a strictly like protocol meeting, if it's more like a discussion between people and stuff like that.
Look, when there is a bilateral event, in most cases, like in 99.9% of the cases, there will be only two persons speaking, the head of the delegation, only those. So nobody will, you know, intervene them. And usually when they completed their speech, well, there is like a small pause, like a couple of seconds for the other head of delegation to understand that the counterpart has completed his statement or whatever he wanted to tell you. So really you can take this opportunity that I've just mentioned to intervene. In some cases, if you understand that you're capable of interpreting a couple more sentences, you may just, you know, wait because somebody else will definitely make a hint, or it will show the head of the delegation that, look, we have interpreter. Really? In some cases, it may be absolutely unexpected person. Like once I was saved by a NATO Secretary General who said, we have interpreters in here. Please make sure they do have their work to do as well. Really. But if you feel that there is a lot of data, there is a lot of important facts and information, then you have to catch this golden opportunity when they will try to grasp a few more air and intervene.
Great, thank you. And we have one more question from another Andrei.
Hi. The question is quite simple. I saw all the complications about running up and down here and there and being invisible and visible. To some extent, most of those issues could have been resolved with equipment, with a bidule, a tour guide, and a directed microphone. Has anyone ever tried to just give a headset to the minister and to simply stay a few meters behind, and then you are not in the picture and you can interpret the same using the tour guide system, the bidule?
There is one kind of a small problem about the tour guide system. It cannot guarantee that someone else would be able to pick up a signal. And this is the problem. Not all the rooms, not all the, imagine a situation, you have a NATO summit running. And usually there would be a number of rooms that are equipped with the simultaneous interpretation equipment. But for this specific event, there could be like 20, 25 additional rooms prepared for international delegations. And they're physically unable, because of security reasons, because of additional technicians, because of certain space limitations, they're physically unable to place their equipment for simultaneous interpretation. Now, in that case, the only option would be through consecutive or through whispering, which is also, it saves the day in some cases. Speaking about consecutive rather than simultaneous interpretation, also if you're traveling somewhere, for example, there were a number of meetings in Pakistan. It can be troublesome to get in simultaneous equipment in certain countries, in certain situations, or in the field, like there is an exercise running. And, trying to get all the equipment in there, trying to make, in some cases, you don't have time to prepare. You don't have to, you need the time to, to give somebody, to give everyone their handsets, and then you need time to collect them all, which is not the case in most of the, scenarios.
One more question.
Okay.
Hello, thank you. Talking about time and also your voice, do you do any preparation, any voice training or anything to save your voice, or when you have very long interventions, do you any warm up for your voice, or before such huge events, do you do any training?
You can do that if you want, because usually there is a special training organized for the speakers who officially, introduce some news and things like that. And there is a special training, special seminars that are regularly organized for them. You can attend them if you want. Then there are special kind of seminars organized for the key dignitaries, like for the ministers, for like prime minister, for vice prime minister, things like that. And the main idea is to tell them how to properly, deliver the speeches and things like that. It would be hard to get in there, but you may try and at least listen to that. We all have, our own procedures, how do we prepare for simultaneous interpretation. But if you are if you're working for a public organization, usually there is someone to help. Now, in my case, I could use the services of a medic if I get in trouble with my voice. In some cases that happened. I don't know what he did, But in 30 minutes, from being completely unable to speak, I could only whisper. He said that, okay, no problem, I can do something. In 1 hour, he can do the interpretation, but this will last only 4 hours and a half. After that, you're unavailable for another day.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We have no time left for the questions, unfortunately. And let's give Andrei a round of applause.
Thank you.
So this is where we arrived at a pause of our stream. There will be a presentation from a different stream, which was, we were planning initially to make a full-fledged launch of this presentation, but because of the time constraints, we have to do it now. Me and the organizers think that psychology is part of the picture when we talk about interpretation and translations. So psychology goes hand in hand. Now the presentation will be at the balance between life and work, how to get it all together, being a mother and have a maternity arrangements in your life and being an interpreter. Hello. Allow me to present myself. My name is Victoria Teleshenko. I'm a freelance interpreter. I am a translator, so I work with text. So this presentation or conversation with you is going to be about written translation and written translators, because interpreters may have different peculiarities. So I'm a translator, and I specialize mostly in pharmaceutical industry and medical sphere. So other than this, I have 2 kids. They're 17 and 11 respectively, and it so happened that my experience of going freelance, it came together with emergence of my second child. So it all came together. And I will try and focus on that. After my second child was born, the written translation, full freelance, has become my main activity as a professional. So as you can see, a mother can be many different things. So you can be a personal consultant, you can be a doctor, you can be anything that you need to be. So what am I going to talk about, and for whom this presentation is there? That's important to understand. The superficial Google search produced a result which told me that among the translators, about 70% of the community are women. So I would suggest for us all to think today, how can you have it all in your life? Being a full-fledged freelance translator and a mother. Do you have to be all these 2 things together? Who can benefit from my presentation today? First of all, young mothers who have just recently become mothers or went on maternity leave but would like to get back to freelance interpreting or translating. And also future mothers who want or are about to get a child and now are thinking where to put the stress, on maternity or your work. So what I will focus on is I will share my personal experience. Don't take it as advice or recommendation. I don't like to advise anything to anyone. I'm just sharing my view of the situation, because we all have different life experiences, we have different life situations, we have different kids, but a word of experienced person can give you a useful hint to maybe be more prepared for these kind of situations, and I think that could be helpful for you. So the first thing we'll look into, is it at all possible to have it all in your life, maternity and freelance translation, and how to have it all together. Then we'll look into what will likely change soon and how to be prepared for these changes. And I'm going to share some tips and tricks with you and life hacks for you to have a better and easier maternity. So the main question is, do you have it all to have it all together in your life at one point in time? There's a widespread theory, and when the child is born in your life, you have to focus on the child only and forget about work for some time. I think that there lies a problem. For how long do you have to forget about work? Some say it's a year, because it's the most important year in the life of a child. Some say 3 years. That's the average length of a maternity leave in our country. Then they go into kindergarten, then school, first year of school. All the mothers of school kids, they know that just as the first year of life, the first year of school is complicated. So when this period stretches for such long stretches of time, then it's very difficult to get back on track as a professional. There is a second option: hire a babysitter. But that's not my story. I won't give you any helpful tips and tricks because I didn't go that way. I didn't have a nanny or a babysitter, and I did that it was my conscious choice, because I want to be there for my kid, and I want to understand how my child lives and develops, and I want to invest. So my vision was to have it all together, work and maternity. In terms of maternity, what are the benefits? We are there for our child. We see them grow, we see them develop, we invest in that development, whichever we want, not somebody else's wants, and we see what the child eats, what is the dietary arrangement, and it's hugely important, and of course the joy of being a mother. And you are there 100%, not just far in between. And then when you want to stay in your job, after a lengthy break from your regular work, it's very hard to get back on track, because your skills may go down a little bit, because our line of work is not unlike sports. You have to stay in shape. And maybe you've noticed, if you went on long sabbaticals or you work with several languages, then you fell out of your community for a while, then you lost shape a little bit, and then you go back on a new event and you see that it's gotten quite hard for you to interpret or translate. But if it was a lengthy stretch of time that you were offline, it's going to get more difficult. Another important thing is making a living. Well, it can be a separate topic altogether. There may be nuances, but still, when you make a living doing your job, it is anyway good for your family budget. And that gives you, as a woman a certain confidence. It raises your self-esteem. It allows you to be fulfilled, to have a fulfillment not only as a mother, but as a member of society and a professional. And it's also your help, your redundant source of your plan B, just in case of some unexpected life situation to pop up. And I will later share my own personal story, what I had when I became a mother. So what will change? To put it short, everything will change. If you don't have children yet, don't have any hopes that the child will be born and it will tend to itself and you will go working. No. So many things will change with the emergence of a child. Your lifestyle will change. Your routine will change. And you might be surprised the way your body reacts. You might be very surprised. Oh, well, you never know in advance what kind of a child you will have. Will it be a screaming child? Will it be a calm and peaceful and docile? So you should be ready for everything to change. So be prepared. And my point is, you have to prepare yourself. Well, in any case, you have to prepare yourself, especially if you're planning on having it all together in your life, a child and your freelance job. So what is our bread and butter? Your clients. And clients, they are not born of a thin air. You have to look for them. You have to find them. Your leads. So first thing you fall back on is your old customers, your success cases. And I think a proper freelancer has to have a large pool of clients. Regardless of whether you are on a maternity or not, it provides you a steady stream of gigs, jobs, and you don't have these long dry stretches where you sit on the phone waiting for leads, or you're bored out of your wits and you are longing to get back to work. Of course you have to stress, you have to build your client portfolio, and that's what you do in order to be prepared. And in that customer pool, I recommend you to focus on those of them who give you small orders, small jobs, but the jobs that would allow for a long time to accomplish. In terms of maternity, those are the ideal customers. And take care of that beforehand, because those customers are your safety net in many ways. Another thing about relations with your old customers that are already in your pool as your child is already there, do you have to inform them that something changed in your life and the family situation has changed? That depends on several factors, but primarily it depends on your personal relations with those customers, whether you have them or not at all. So first of all, the PMs. So I think you will be well off if you inform them what has happened. And if you explain them that for some time, for a while at least, and then we'll see, depending on the character of a child, for some time you won't be able to take big translations or urgent translations, which is usually perceived quite normally. There's nothing scary about that. But again, make a point of it and ask them to please, if possible, give you these smaller jobs and small jobs that allow for a longer time to accomplish. And then you will navigate and maneuver around the problems. And then I put another point, expanding your topic portfolio, expanding your the scope of topics you work with as a translator. I'm a medical translator, and those topics were not completely new to me, but having been a medical translator and not being a mother, I don't think I would be able to translate exchanges. So while you are still expecting, look them up. Look up those documents, the exchange certificate or something. I'm going to tell you later what it is. Not many people would take this job, because the layman would not always understand what it says. But for a pregnant mothers and their doctors, it's a document very much familiar.
Then, anything relating to pregnancy, you will have a better expertise in this field because you've been through this. I had, and I suppose I still have, quite a long-term project on pregnancy, specifically. So they came to me once, and then they returned, and I said, sorry, I'm busy. But the PM basically begged me to take this job on. They extended the deadline because the PM was saying you're the best translator for the job. But again, you need to know the topic. More on that. Breastfeeding, anything relates to that, or children's nutrition. I did a fair amount of projects on childhood nutrition. This was something that I was feeding my kids with, because I had to actually have a look at the can of this food for children. So you would identify with the topic, and you will have the expertise because you're a mom. Vaccines, injections. Once again, I did a lot of work on vaccines and immunization, and only mums and doctors can make sense of what these vaccine certificates say. There are a fair number of standard documents, even the usual phrases that a pediatrician writes in an undecipherable handwriting. So make a mental note on all those topics. And this is how you expand the fields you translate, and then you could take these medical documents on. Some medical translators might be scared to take them, actually, but you won't. Moving right along. We live in a time of global change, and sometimes when you have a kid, you don't always have a million of clients, and those clients you have are not always best fit for a translator with young children. When I had my son, this is 2009, the crisis of 2008 still echoed. We moved to a different flat. My husband wasn't doing very well at his job because of the crisis, so I had to go and look for new clients with a very young child. But in terms of searching for clients, it doesn't really matter whether you have kids or not. You send your CVs, you do your test translations. I succeeded, actually, and I managed to build the clientele. And sometimes I'm so busy I don't have downtime at all right now. I'd like to emphasize the fact you have a child who sometimes fall ill, but this is no excuse for you not to deliver on deadlines, or this is not an excuse for poor quality. No. No and no. This is no valid reason, and don't even think of resorting to that excuse. Moving right along. Let's expand on the routine that you'll establish for yourself and your child. What's the structure of the day? So you have a child. Those who don't have kids might have noted and might have been alert to the mother's word saying, we do so and so. But indeed, it's a confluence for a time, because you are together. You are a single unit. it's related to physiology, to psychology, then the distance is gradually increased between you as the child becomes more and more independent. But it's still about you. It's still about us. Which means that you will be in very close relationship with your child. Regarding your routine, make sure it's a good fit for the both of you. And that applies to work as well. So sometimes you adapt your work to the requirements of your child and vice versa. I mean, there is no go-to options. I breastfeed every 3 hours and then the child sleep. That's a possibility, but it takes quite a long time to develop that routine. And there are always outliers in this normal routine, because sometimes your child might have stomachache or sometimes the teeth are emerging. Just be prepared for that. So try to be flexible to all these unexpected events. So it's all about flexibility. If now all is well, then get down to work. If an emergency happens, then you need to think of different options to address that. That's why you need some room for maneuver to make sure you can deliver it on deadline, that you don't let your client down. You need to think in advance. What did I do? I like to sleep in the morning. So when my child is sleeping, I'm working at a later state. But you know, for the first 6 months of the child's life, moms are terribly deprived of sleep. Next, slow translating. You might have heard about this slowly living, slow food life philosophy, like doing everything without hurry. And this is the case for us. Where you want to retain your clients, you need to deliver good quality, you need to deliver work on time. So whenever you have small breaks, do some translation. If you can do more, you do more, and let your PM know, okay, I have more time, give me some more work. If you need more work, that is. Work anywhere, anytime. It's all about flexibility. You need to adapt your work routine to the routine you have with your child. Feel free to make use of any minute that you have. Now, you still have to do the housework. Try to do it together with your child, so that when your child is sleeping, you can devote that time to work. I was doing the cooking, the cleaning, when my child was awake. So we play with the child and do some work about the house. And then when the child was sleeping, I was working. Assistants. Who can that be? A babysitter? I won't expand on it much. This is an option. You can have like a temporary nanny or a temporary babysitter. You might invite her for a couple of hours when you need to go somewhere or do some work. That is pretty straightforward. Other options, your family, your neighbors, other kids, feel free to engage them. Even when a mother doesn't work, she would always welcome help. I'd like to emphasize that you need to be grateful for the help you've been given, because they don't have an obligation to help you out with your kid. And then you have the question, what about the father? Is dad supposed to help? My answer will be odd. Dads are not supposed to help. Why? Because it's his child too. Therefore, his commitment to taking care of the child should be equal to yours. So it's not about the father's helping. It's about father's obligation to spend some time with the kids. Therefore, invest in selecting the father of the child profusely, and this will pay off in the future. Having a dad who spends time with kids will give you some time to work, but it's more than that. It's some sort of support for a father, because just to emphasize, in advance, you have no knowledge, neither you nor your dad, what might come in the future. We've been through a number of crises together. My father was actually grateful for me having a job that gave us more security, because when there were some gaps in income coming from his work, he was great that we had this backup option, this contingency plan. In 2015, our dad was away on a business that mattered to a state greatly. So I was alone with 2 kids for 1 month. When the father was going somewhere, he felt confident that I can handle 2 kids. Then he went away for 1 year. I was working, I was raising my kids. The dad wasn't help. I didn't spend any of my savings, so that I was earning enough to cover all our costs. And this was a relief for my husband. Therefore, I call on husbands, please let your wives work. Next, time management. This is one of my favorite subjects, I suppose. You can see all the basics in the slide, but the key idea is do not waste time. Think logistics thoroughly, any logistics, beginning with any housekeeping you need to do, beginning with the pressing the button on your washing machine. What's the sequence? Make sure when one thing is done, you do the other simultaneously. Plan your logistics, where you places you travel to in the city. This is critical, and it saves you loads of time. Time you can spend working, getting a break, or having fun. Some tips. I recommend using some advanced technology, beginning from nappies and ending with robotic vacuum cleaners. This will save you time and energy. So if the technology can do the job, let the technology do it. Also, engaging others. You need to teach your child to be in contact with not only you, but other people as well, be it dad, grandparents, etc., or elder siblings too. This is good for the child as well. For example, in case of lockdown, you have surely seen it in your Facebook feed when the kids are there all tied up and the mom is working. And I was befuddled. What is that about? Because I'm getting used to the fact that the mother is working and the routines are set. This is quite possible to achieve, and desirable, in fact. Delegating. I brought this up before. Delegate anything you can. The grandma wants to look after the kids? Great. Let her do it. And while they're outside, going to a park, do your work. Also, delivery. When I had my kids, my husband did shopping, but then I realized it's inefficient because he has to go to the supermarket at the end of work day. The supermarkets are jam-packed with people, so we lose 1 hour of the time that Dad could spend with us. Use the delivery services. Then cooking. Engage your grandparents for cooking, because grandmas love doing some dumplings that you can freeze and you can eject out of your freezers when needed. Cleaning. Distribute roles for cleaning. You can use your dad or you can use your elder kids. I haven't cleaned my house for 10 years because my husband and my elder kids take care of that. What a wonderful reason to have babies. Now, to sum up, what is the conclusion? This is a definitely mission possible. You can be both a mother and a translator, because it will keep you alert and you will actually complete more tasks than just an average mom. When my kid and I could go to the garden to have a walk, and then the neighbor said, "All right, what did you bake today?" Because they could hear the wonderful odors, because I love baking. And I said, "Oh, I spent 3 days doing beetroot soup." I didn't even mention to them that I was working, because they would hate me for it, I suppose. So the more you plan, the more you do, the more you manage. Therefore, don't leave the profession and be good mums. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for Q&A, but if you do have a question, I'm still around until Sunday. Feel free to approach me. Victoria, thank you so much. It's lunchtime, therefore we do have the time for Q&A. First and foremost, thank you very much. If I may express my admiration at a successful mom. I saw the English title of this presentation, Getting It All Done. Hence my question. Have you used any time management systems such as Get Things Done? Or have you used any specific tools or time planners or software? If so, which methods? If you tried and you didn't like it, then why wasn't it a good fit? Thank you for your question. No, I did not use any of those because I love doing things myself and keeping things on track. Because if it's a cookie cutter or a template, I don't like templates. Like going on a trip on a cruise ship. I hate cruise ships because it's all been planned, not by me. I love doing it myself, though. You know, if everything's in flux, if you need to make rapid changes, and I'm actually a huge fan of to-do lists. This is also very helpful. I do lists not only in relation to my work, but also when I do the housework, and then you tick the boxes and then you tick another box, and I think, well done. And sometimes you have this box of like doing nothing, and you tick this box and give yourself props. What a lovely turn of a phrase that I planned doing nothing these days. This is critical for everyone. Andrei had a question as well, I remember. I might have missed this because I was slightly late for your presentation. Another addition to the client list. Your colleagues could give you some work or could be your backup option. Andrei, certainly this is a possibility, but I never use this. Why? Because I like controlling things myself. Resorting to your colleagues makes you dependent on other person. Well, maybe this is my own personal weird notions of things, but when you're dependent on a person, they can let you down. So, adds more stress to me. That's why I never used this. This is why I need the night time. My night time is my top productivity hours. So there's the father. We have this nickname for dad that's called nighttime mom. So the child got out of bed and then approached the father first. Because he knows he shouldn't even touch mom in the morning. So this is all about roles distribution and obligations distribution. Morning was the time for the dad, so that I could work at night and sleep in. what a wonderful idea. I had this notion of interpretation. For example, somebody is on maternity leave, and you could distribute and give like 2-hour jobs to young mother, and then you could distribute all the travel jobs involving travel to other. But then I realized we don't have the transparency in the market required for this kind of coordination between interpreters. It's my understanding that we have here with us highly motivated, control junkies people, and the question is, how do you stop if you love working in an unhealthy way? What a lovely question. This is why we have the forced mixed track. I found the answer for it when the lockdown began. I realized I got the balance. It's just that I just didn't have any work at the time, but these were 2 very happy weeks of my life. Yeah, sometimes when you don't have work, you think, oh, that's it, I nailed it. But then when you got work and you think, okay, it's time for me to stop, and then you get this wonderful project coming, or the PM is begging you, saying, well, this is what you're specializing in, this was your client, why do you decline this job? And then you simply can't stop. Well, I have this wishful thinking that I'll just push for a little bit. I mean, when you'd have additional income sources that will support you, and translation is not important in terms of earning. But then I get a question from my daughters, who was 17-year-old. He said, Mom, do you actually believe you'll stop working someday? Maybe not. Maybe I am a workaholic. Maybe there's no stopping for me after all. Remembering 2015, you never know what's coming. I was alone with 2 kids, and I realized that my car had full tank of petrol. I realized my destination, that I grab all the cash I have and just would have to leave. Well, I don't know. Maybe these are like some complexes, because I've survived a tons of crises in my life. I was born when Brezhnev was the president of the party. I remember Brezhnev addressing us from the telly. I survived blackouts. I survived tons of things. Maybe this is something that stops me sending the letter to all my clients saying I'm retiring. I mean, no. So true. Any other questions?
How old should a child be already, or to what age should it grow until when you are ready to get back to translation? My last translation job before my child was born was on the previous evening. We went to the doctor, and I said the translation is ready. And she says, if you don't have enough time, please come in the morning. So I finished my translation, and then I went to give birth. And then I went back home. So it took 3 days. I didn't work, of course, in the hospital while I was giving birth, only because they didn't send you any. Yeah, because they had a deadline long enough for me to peacefully give birth and then get back. And in 3 days I completed the translation. Well, as interpreters, we're back online in 2 weeks, right? Well, usually it's 2 weeks after childbirth, after delivery, and they go back to work. Or some of the interpreter mothers left breast milk in a fridge. But when it's sleeping, when the child is sleeping, it's one thing. But when the child is already walking and crawling, and it had me watch. He had me watch himself play while I was translating. to follow up this topic, when after the child is 3 years old, will they let you go to work? Yeah, they will. If you're playing with your child actively, but then there came a time when I was so annoying maybe to my kid. Okay, he says, "Mom, go do your business. I'm gonna be on my own." So as during the quarantine, I did not have to coerce my children to let me work. They all had a clear understanding that mom is working. She's making a living. So when the kid was a toddler, he didn't understand what I was doing. So sometimes I just kept him in my field of vision while I was working. So you keep your child next to you. When he gets older, he goes to his room and tend to his Legos and toys. So I have time to work. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for sharing this experience. To follow up to your answer, because I used to work in an office space while I was a mother. That is a more complex story, yes. And I had only 3 days break. And after I got back from the hospital, I was a project distribution manager, so I stayed in profession. But I had a gradual increase of my work time. First 1 hour per day, then 2 hours per day, then 3 hours per day. Yeah, it's the same story with me, but only not in the office space, but at home. So thanks a lot for this presentation and life experience. Thank you. Thank you. Christina, when did you return after childbirth? Which number is the most shocking? Well, first was nothing. So I went back to office work after 3 years, but it took me a year to go back to translation at home. In a month after childbirth, I had my first written translation, and a couple of months my first interpreting after maternity leave. And I was driving with my husband and a child, and then I go interpret. They await me in the car, and then I go back to car, and we go back home. Okay, are there more questions? We have so many questions about the life balance. Okay, then we can wrap this, because the lunch is waiting for us. Thank you for being so active. Thank you for being so attentive. We have a lunch break till 1:30, and we're going to talk about Asian language interpreting. Tatiana Vodenitska and Anton Shpigunov.
conference interpreting track, and just to remind you that from today we are focused on some specialized topics, and our after lunch agenda is not an exclusion because right now we have a presentation about interpretation from the Asian languages, and we have a hybrid meeting because we have Anton from Kiev and Tatiana here with us. Tatiana Vodanitska, I would like to represent her. She's an interpreter, lives in Kiev, interprets from Korean and English languages, and I know her personally. I love listening to her stories and cases about peculiar cultural features working in the sphere. Anton interprets from Japanese language. She had worked a lot in the government project between Ukrainian and Japanese governments. I hope Anton is with us. Yes, he is with us. Great. So we can't hear Anton actually. Please turn on his sound. Hi. 1, 2, 3. Yes, we could hear you well. Now I give a floor to our speakers. Hi to everyone. Actually, I'm really nervous because I usually know how to speak with students, but I don't have this experience speaking to my colleagues and the conferences. In a nutshell, I would like to present to you our topic, and then I will give a floor to Anton, and he will start his part of presentation. So, as Anya said, we are interpreters working with Korean and Japanese languages. We have this combined presentation due to some geographical peculiarities because we are not trying to sweep all peculiar features of work with these clients from this region. We can't say that everything is the same, but we would like to tell you in a nutshell about our personal experience, giving all our experience for the previous years. We hope that it will be useful for you, interesting for you. I know that many colleagues know my personal stories, actually my personal cases, and that's actually the reason when I agreed to participate in this conference with this topic, because when I share my experience with colleagues, I understand that my experience differs from my English language peer colleagues. So, Anton, please share the screen, and let's start with the second slide. Can you give me a moment? Yes. Okay, what should you know for the Korean or Japanese language specialist, or for any interpreter working with clients from Japan and Korea? We will share with you information about cultural peculiarities and characteristics, and we will tell you about hierarchy in these countries and some biases and stereotypes that exist there against Ukrainian people and Ukraine in general, about discipline and working structure. And I will speak a lot about interpreting borders or limits in order to understand your scope of responsibility as an interpreter, because this is really a difference between Asian clients and clients from other countries, and I will tell a lot more and more. I give a floor to Anton, and he will start his part of presentation. Okay, hi to everybody. My name is Anton Shpiganov. I have been learning Japanese from the old times since 2004. When I entered the institute named after Shevchenko, I mastered English and German translation department, but I decided to learn Japanese. I learned for 4 years Japanese in the same university, and then I continued to learn Japanese in the Linguistics Center under auspices of the Kyiv Polytechnical Institute. I have been working as an interpreter since 2008, and mainly I work with English, also as conference interpreter with different clients from many countries all over the world. But actually, from the 2013 up to 2018, I worked almost exclusively with a range of Japanese organizations, both government and business entities, in terms of reconstruction of the Bornetchi aeration subunit. Just in a nutshell about this project, if you are not from Kiev, this is one of the biggest infrastructure projects in Ukraine, where Japanese side allocated credit and agreed to support construction and maintenance of the water cooling systems in the total amount of $1.1 million. And within this project, I had a great chance to work with technical and economic engineers, specialists, then preparation of the documents, development of the documents, agreeing of all the sides, and bilateral negotiations of Ukrainian and Japanese parties, and final conclusion of the agreement. So you could understand from this short background that my specialization is first of all construction and infrastructure in terms of Japanese clients. My Japanese language is N3. If we just look at the JLPT, Japanese language proficiency test, it corresponds to the B1, B2 European classification of languages, of foreign languages, and of course my English is my working language, and the level is C2, so I work as a conference interpreter. Here, first of all, I would like to share with you my experience how to work with Japanese clients. For the beginning, I would like to give you a short cultural background with whom we work, with what we work, what is the peculiar cultural features of the Japanese business world, and how it impacts on such things as search of the clients, development of your client network, so everything that is included into business development. Further, we will speak about respect from and sticking of the Japanese clients to the formalities and procedures. Could you hear Michael Jackson? I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Michael Jackson is great, but it's not very good during this presentation, actually. So, about sticking to documents and procedures, they really have a religious trust to it, what they have signed. They are very sticking to time. They love meetings and schedules. They love tight schedules, and also and the most thing about all these issues, Japanese masculinity and hierarchy of their culture, how it influences and impacts on working schedule, overtime, and so on. So of course, we'll speak about some linguistic features, how we could work as interpreters with such clients, and at the end, I will tell you what you should do after interpretation, about some leisure time, what you could present to them, how to spend extra time beyond your job with them. So let's go further. If you look at the right upper corner of the slide, you could see just very strange car, like an old-fashioned car from the late 80s of the previous century. It's very old, but actually it's almost the most luxury model of Toyota in Japan. It's not Lexus, actually. It's Toyota Century, and it's the most expensive car in Japan. It's for higher authorities, and it has some peculiar features. They have Toyota V12 engine with 276 powers, and it's the most silent, the most powerful engine at the same moment. Also, you can't find the leather interior, just wool interior with some fabric, with some white fabric. Why I share with you information about this car? Because I think that this car is one of the best metaphors of Japanese business world, because they love to compare their business world with how they love driving. They love being in comfort, unnoticed on the back seat of their cars. According to the analytical study of Hofstede Insights, you could see it on this slide in the right lower corner. They just compare cultural peculiar features of different countries according to different indicators. And power distance receives 54 ranks, just an average rank. Yes, power distance is quite big, but the contrast between higher positions and subordinate, it's not so big in comparison with other cultures. At the same time, Japanese people are not individualists. They believe that organizations of their company is always over and higher than in personal interests. They say that the stake that sticks out gets hammered down, with all other results. As I have said already, this society is very masculine, and one of the clear features is competitiveness, but not personal competitiveness, but competitiveness of groups or companies, and of course discipline or priority of the working life over the personal life. They are just risk averse, and they don't love uncertainty. They are prone to long-term planning and long-term results, actually in order to avoid these risks. At the same time, they love humbleness and modesty, and they try not to show them off. So how to build relations with their Japanese clients? They don't like risks. That's why they don't want to communicate with any person from the street. That's why they are not prone to cold callings, cold connections. You can't call to any Japanese organization and offer your services. They would answer that yes, we will think, but they will never call you back. The best option is the marketing boss or the word of mouth marketing. So if your clients love how you work, they would share this experience. From this side, it's very useful and beneficial to have long-term negotiations and relations with your Japanese clients. Then they will use this word-of-mouth marketing, so you work in order to build your credibility. Then credibility works for your work. As I have said already, clients don't like Japanese clients don't like risks. That's why it means they love all-inclusive services. They try to have the services taking them from the airport, getting to the hotels and the working schedule and all the cultural and leisure time, and then back to the airport. They are ready to pay you to your bank account for all the services, even some extra services, extra money, and then have all-inclusive package. And also, Japanese clients have an old cultural visit that is called meshi. You could see that working with your Japanese clients, it means that you will have a huge stack of business cards, and I advise you to make your own business cards and just give your business cards using even every chance. And that's a great option for business development. Then, the next thing I would like to share with you, Japanese people, they are sticking to formalities, procedures, written documents. They love developing the timesheets, contracts. Everything is edited and proofread, and all the amendments are done in the latest moments. And they, for example, 30 minutes to the conclusion of the agreement, and they could ask you to check some language of proposal. Please check how it translates into Ukrainian, because in certain minutes we need to assign it. But this is a good side of all these procedures. The bad side is that they're really believing to what is written on the paper. From my experience, I could say that even if they signed an agreement, then business environment is being changed, some exchange rates are changing, everything is changing, but they are ready to go till the end, even if it gives a bad impact on their business. So if you work with Japanese clients, always discuss all important issues prior to the conclusion of the agreement, because if it's signed, then it's true and forever. And they expect the same from the Ukrainian side. One of the such negative things in the Japanese culture is exaggerated hierarchy. It means that in Japan business world, everyone has its own, his or her own place. So if you're a young person, a woman, or you are not from Japan, and I think it relates to most of you, you maybe could you could feel in many organizations such thing as glass ceiling, especially in some old organizations, and it will be an obstacle for your career development. It means that if you would like to suggest an initiative, any idea you would like, if you would like to buy a Xerox machine, it's very difficult to implement the solution by your own. First of all, you should find some allies among Japanese people during just a smoke break or during lunch. You should speak with them. Maybe it's difficult for you to go to a copy center, and maybe you could ask this, and then you will receive answer that maybe yes. Then you ask, maybe it would be better if we have a Xerox machine in our office. Then yes, maybe. So step by step, they make this common collective decision that it would be better to buy a copy machine. But you should remember, if you make the suggestion, this initiative, you could receive an answer that that's your idea, please implement it, or just a model of this machine. You should coordinate and agree with others. So you will have responsibility, but you will have no powers.
In general, I would recommend the following. The position of an independent contractor as a freelancer is much better. It gives you much more freedom than when you work for a Japanese organization. Because if you work for a Japanese company full-time, you accept all these rules, whether written or not, including this hierarchy. So it is better to work under a contract. It is at least slightly more pleasant. Also, Japanese are quite punctual, and they are proud of it. This has to do with transfers, for instance. If it's written in the itinerary that the train has to arrive at this particular hour, and it is specified in written, it means that it will be followed to the point. And all the passengers are already waiting in the bus before it has to leave. And Japanese people do not like any surprises. Even if it is supposed to be a pleasant surprise, you have some extra time and you can make some extra visit, still the Japanese people will be slightly upset about this. Also, if you have any skills of time management, of project coordination, this can be a benefit. The only thing to remember here is that it has to be written down on paper as a contract. Also, the Japanese people are well known for their culture of business meetings. So these meetings are quite frequent, long. Everyone has opportunity to speak up, and they can devote quite a long time. For instance, if there is a Japanese person visiting, there can be like 5 or 6 meetings in a row. They do not even pay attention to breaks. They can do 6 meetings in a row without breaks. So this has to be discussed with them. If you are signing a contract with them, it has to be clearly written down, like when you are going to have those breaks. I can tell you a small story. I was honored to accompany a delegation in Japan, and the schedule was very dense, and the entire Ukrainian delegation did not even have the time for smoke breaks. And by the way, there are not many locations for smoking in Japan. So, and also the Japanese partners always encouraged me to tell the ministers to hurry up, and I felt uncomfortable doing that, of course. So this is something they expect from the Ukrainian partners, to be more productive. And one more, I think that we can discuss during a Q&A. This is the fact that Japanese, if they arrive in a small number, it means that they want to persuade you in something. Also, the Japanese are inclined to work overtime. And indeed, they expect this from you as well. They do not expect that you need to go home at 5 or 6 p.m. when your workday is over. There always will be some additional tasks. So this is something to be formalized in your contract. You have to know that in 80% cases maybe you will have to do something overtime. Again, a small tip that's not entirely ethical, but please remember it. If you manage to optimize something, to use some CAT technology to translate faster and to deliver faster, I do not recommend to share this efficiency tricks to the Japanese people, because they will believe that you are simply lazy. So how do we work with the Japanese people? How do we work as translators and interpreters? So because of my level of Japanese, I'm ready to interpret in the situations that are informal and situations in which I know the context quite well. I noticed that the Japanese people are accustomed to switching into English, even if their English is imperfect. But still we have to respect them. Even if they switch to their own version of English, you still need to continue to speak to them. One more peculiar feature of the Japanese people is that they overestimate their level of English, and in practice it's quite often difficult to understand them if you do not know the subject quite well. So to work with the Japanese clients, I truly recommend that you get ready very well, that you request all the preparation materials beforehand, because it may well happen to you that your speaker will insist on using English regardless of knowing it quite imperfectly. I had a case when during the negotiations the Japanese delegation was pretending that they do not understand, regardless of the high quality interpretation, and it demotivates the interpreter quite a lot, because because you are trying hard, and even if you explain the same thing in Japanese, they will tell you in Japanese, please do not prevent us from doing this because this is our position in the negotiations. So please be ready for that as well. They use these kinds of tricks in the negotiations. If they tell you that something is going to be complicated or we will think about it, it means that it is plainly impossible. And this has to be conferred to the Ukrainian part of the negotiations, so that they do not have any illusion that someone may actually call them later. In this picture you can see more or less 400 technical drawings that I had to review in order to be a more effective interpreter working with the Japanese. But it gives the benefit later. And also, having interpreted for them, having spent time for them, being quite punctual with them, we can also discuss the things they do after work. The Japanese people are quite interested in Ukraine. They may or may not know that there are tourist organizations in Ukraine, but if they do, they want to visit Chernobyl, they want to visit the Tunnel of Love. The older Japanese love opera, ballet, philharmonic music, all the forms of classic art. And once, quite a serious head of a Japanese delegation wanted to visit a ticket to the National Opera, which costed a lot at the time, and he couldn't speak to the cashier because she did not speak English, and he had to buy the ticket from an illegal seller, and I informed him that this price is much higher than it actually is, but he didn't care about that because he just wanted to go to that opera. So if you're able to organize this, and if you ask them beforehand and you organize this for them, they will be very grateful for this. They are great fans of Ukrainian cuisine and interested in interpretations of European and Ukrainian cuisine. If you work with a Japanese delegation for a longer time, they may invite you to their hotel room where they, in some magic way, manage to cook some Japanese food. They are not interested in shopping because all the goods are more available in Japan. And please do not try to take your Japanese delegation to a Japanese restaurant. That's a very difficult thing for non-Japanese to cook Japanese cuisine. Also, always keep in mind that the Japanese will always bring every one of you, the interpreters, the drivers, everyone else on the delegation, some small presents. And naturally, they can expect some small gifts from you before they leave your country, so please do not let them leave Ukraine without a small present. So, a small summary of my part. Do not be afraid to work with Japanese customers. Work for your reputation. The reputation will work for you. Be attentive to detail. Be attentive to what you sign. Do not make any surprises to them, even if these are pleasant surprises. Be ready to work overtime, but please write this down in the contract. And also, the Japanese are always ready to pay for the overtime hours, so please discuss this with them. Also, if you have this skill, if you have this prowess of organizing stuff, you can organize services for them, you can find subcontractors, drivers, etc., organize some sightseeing for them. They will be very grateful. And also remember that if you are working for an organization, there is some specified place for the interpreter designated in that organization, and if you attempt to do more than that, you can face misunderstanding on the part of Japanese. Then please always be on time. This is important for the Japanese client. Also get ready for everything. Also make sure that they face no unexpected circumstances, and if you manage to coordinate everything like this, they will love you. They will just love you. And also, always get ready for your interpretation job, because sometimes it might be simply difficult for you to understand what they are telling you. So that was the end of my part, and now I will give the floor to Tatiana. Yes, Anton, but please stay with me, because you will be helping me to switch slides. Okay, a few more words about me. I am a master of Korea linguistics. I studied in Korea using the scholarship I received from the Korean government. Also, I'm the head of the alumni of that program in Ukraine, and if you have any cousin or other kind of relative who is interested in the Korean culture, please inform them about this, because Korean linguistics is getting increasingly popular in Ukraine. Also, I graduated from Kyiv National Linguistic University after coming back, and I'm teaching the Korean language and translation for 7 years there already. And also I work as a freelance interpreter and a translator. Of course, I had some previous experience before that, but mainly I started to do this after 2014, so I've been doing this for 5 years. Before that, the Korean people preferred to use the Korean interpreters who studied Russian. So I will tell you later why the Koreans prefer Korean interpreters, but now we can go to our next slide, and I will begin with the following. So, some general features about the work with Korean clients. The first factor is the culture of this country. So, just like Japan is, Korea is a highly hierarchic society, and even if someone in the lower levels does a real job and provides useful ideas, they are never given credit. And also, even when I work with the Koreans, even if I'm not one of them, as a woman and as someone who is younger than them, it automatically puts me to the lower status in the hierarchic system. And one more important feature to remember here is the lack of real up-to-date information about Ukraine, information to which Koreans can have access. So this is partly caused by the geographical distance between our countries. So Ukraine, Uzbekistan and Uruguay, this is something quite similar to them, and quite often it happens that our delegations from Korea would say Uzbekistan or even Uruguay instead of Ukraine. So in all of these cases, of course, I interpreted it as a word Ukraine. So an average person from Korea may have some general information about Ukraine. So here you can see some of those facts. Very beautiful women. The first thing that we can hear from Koreans, probably it has to do with this fact. Oh, yeah, they are as beautiful as we were told, or like, where can we meet your local Kim Tae-hee? So this is the phrase that they often say. Ukraine is a country where Kim Tae-hee work in the fields. Like all of those Ukrainians are as beautiful as the famous Korean actress is. So Hi Bye Mama, for instance, this is the TV series in which she starred. Also, the Koreans know about Chernobyl. They know in general about this catastrophe. Also, they know about Shevchenko, the soccer player, the former soccer player. And also they know about our fertile black soil. They know about this old Soviet stereotype that we are the breadbasket for the entire Europe. Some people may know, especially the older ones, that we are a post-Soviet country. Some of them may know about the Boeing from Malaysia. Some people may know about the war that is happening in the East. But if someone is well prepared, they of course may know more. On average, they know much less. So please keep in mind that you have to keep distance and take care of your boundaries when working with the Korean customer. So the first thing I heard about this Korean studies, I heard that the interpreters do not carry bags, and please remember about that always. I never had to carry any bags for them, but there are some expectations which go far beyond interpretation. Quite often they expect that you will be responsible for everything from one hotel to another, from the beginning of their workday till the end of it. And when I took part in my first simultaneous interpretation job with Victoria Moroz, and we have not even talked to the speakers, I had this impression that I have not finished an important part of my job, as if I have left my kids in the kindergarten, because I always had this habit that while they are still not in their hotel, I have to keep working. And this expectations is a part of that culture, that they expect that you will be assisting them all the way. Also, quite often, business talk continues in the informal atmosphere during the lunch or during the dinner, and all of this requires your interpretation. Also, they are unsure of their English, and also they are unsure of being able to find Ukrainians who can provide the necessary information to them. So they are shy about the communication. Also, they are quite afraid of being lost.
And also about the tight schedule, when usually they have different trips to regions and you have overtime. And taking into account, also mentioned, when you think about your rates, it's better to suggest your rate per day, not per hour, because it also excludes any discussions about how many hours have you worked during your lunchtime with them, and so on, so on. Also, I need to mention that this this approach is under change, especially with government organizations, especially due to the prepaid overtime, 8-hour working day, and so on. But still, I'm still surprised about these changes because I'm already used to this hotels delivery and so on, so on. And when people say to me, goodbye, see you tomorrow, we will have our leisure time and going to Sofia and so on, so on. So I begin doubting about my work, my professionalism. And let's go to the next slide. About interpreting tasks and functions. Korean client could expect from an interpreter except some interpreting also other tasks and functions, booking of cars and restaurants, protocol meetings and protocols minutes, developing a list of Ukrainian partners, signing photos, mass media releases and posts, some assistance beyond working day, some lunches time, dinner time, city tours, buying some souvenirs. Night program, it's my favorite one. Sometimes they even ask you to make a market analysis, provide some consultations. Sometimes they ask for your support for to become an assistant with communication with their partners. And I could say that your main task here is to identify what are your services that you could provide to them and how to say polite no for what they ask, or maybe you could help to realize and fulfill their needs politely and beyond your services. Taking into consideration also said before, what you could do, maybe make small steps that maybe will be not too difficult for you, but they will lead to long-term negotiation and big results. As I have said already, Korean specialists prefer to work with Korean interpreters because maybe they know Russian, they know their cultural peculiarities, they know their working mode, so they know how to build these borders and limits. But what you could do in this sphere, how you could build these relations, how they could recommend you to other government organizations or continue cooperation with you. So first of all, you could make such small steps from your own initiative. Sometimes I really manage to do it. I start sharing some information about the city or from a personal experience. For example, we could correlate our historical background from Ukraine and from Korea. It's just I don't do it for purpose. For example, we could just go somewhere and I remember this case, I remember this historical detail, and I share this information. For example, they are very interested in this democratization processes. They have had very similar situation as we had in 2013, 2014. They had it in the previous century, so they are really interested in these details. Even such small thing as using Korean Messenger for communication, for them it's important. It gives a sign for them that you know something about Korean culture. They don't need to use WhatsApp. They could continue to use just an old, comfortable messenger. It's important if you provide any non-interpreting services. It's important to show to your Ukrainian partners that you are a freelancer, not a staff employee, because it will be more convenient for further communication between them, because they will, your Ukrainian partners will understand that it's unnecessary to write letters to you. It should be a direct communication, and also it would be a benefit for your professional image if you would like to stay beyond the working cases, and because clients and Ukrainian partners could be different. Sometimes you don't want to be associated with your clients or Ukrainian partners far beyond these working hours. That's why it's very important to differentiate all your services and your position. If you go, even if you go with them to the restaurant, you just are keeping these minutes, state your position. So, how to say no? If your clients need something, it doesn't mean that you should fulfill these needs. But don't say directly no, immediately no. Why they come to you? Because they're a unique specialist far away from Korea. In my case, I lived in Korea. I know this world. So I'm like the point of entry for them. Of course, they come to me with all these questions. If I don't want to do something, I think how to suggest anyone else to fulfill their needs, to provide these services, or to suggest something, for example, a Korean city guide, or to provide a coordinator or a person who could register their business. Because I have heard a lot such ideas and offers. Would you like to be my representative in Ukraine? Could you help me to register business in Ukraine? You could be very accurate but polite, and at the same time very solid in your no. Okay. The next issue about limits and borders, personal questions and advices. For sure, you will have this issue in your communication with Korean clients. Here, there is a minimum list of possible questions. What is your age? What is your education? Salary or wages? Your family status? Who are your parents? Why don't have a husband? And I am 33 already. And why don't you live in Korea for now, up to now? And that's a minimum list of questions. Further, there could be any other questions. Could I meet any of your beautiful students? Or, for example, come to Seoul. We will have a great dinner. But of course, I say yes for sure. But actually, when I come to Seoul, I can't meet all of them, even if I would want to do it. Why? What are the reasons for such questions? I think, first of all, let's try to identify my position in the hierarchy, because if I say my parents are doctors, for Korea that's a high-paid work, and that's an increase in the hierarchy for me. Actually, age, of course, it's very important. University in Korea, I have studied in the regional university, and for them it's a surprise. What is the reason for that? Because the task of that state Korean program was to develop, to promote this regional Korean university. So by means of that study, I just also promoted university, and I promoted my work. And but for the Korean clients, usually it's a surprise, because they would have suggested that I should study in the top 3 university, and that's a decrease in the hierarchy for me. Sometimes you could think that they ask these questions because they are really thinking about you, that they really take care about you. For example, if I could say that I have husband or not husband, everything is okay with our interpreter, but I don't believe it. I don't believe this care. And I think that breaking these limits, it's just a part of vertical culture. If you think about whether they take care or not, whether this is a vertical culture or not, just think about it. Could you ask the same questions to your client? Of course, no, you can't do it. You just listen to their questions and answer them or not answer them. It's possible also not to answer their questions. Just you should understand that you will have these questions for sure. Think about them, imagine them, think which questions you are not planning to answer at all. What could be a polite answer or just avoiding answer? Let's go to my just best slide ever. This is the limits, and one of the parts, harassment. You know, harassment is not only about some child touches or some direct offers, but also personal questions could be included into the harassment scope if they're present in your communication with the client. Of course, if they touch you, of course, it's very rare in my practice. For example, some direct or indirect suggestions to have a night together. There could be some suggestions. Call me a big brother, or elder brother, or some pretty names. And it's a friendly suggestion for Korean clients. You could see this woman, this hero of the classical love story in Korean style. Her name is Him-chan, and one time a very respectful aged member of official delegation called me. He didn't call me Tatiana, but he called me Julietka. And actually, even his colleagues tried to give a hint to him that you can't do it, you should not do it. But his position, his age, they give him a way to call me like this. If you understand that the situation goes far beyond its, you would allow it, you have an option, of course, to submit a claim to the higher officials. And I have had that experience. I just asked not to work the next day. I answered all the questions. I have received payment for all the days. So I have had a positive experience. I understood that this scheme works. So in big organizations, in governmental organizations, they have some protocols, some procedures related to harassment, and they post some trainings. When they have had this period in Korea for trainings about harassment, when they came to Ukraine afterwards, they even didn't ask these questions. They didn't call you beautiful and so on, so on. But afterwards, of course, they forgot everything and they start to do the same. Sometimes we have the same from the Ukrainian side. I had in my experience the opposite case. Ukrainian member tried to just give me a touch, and Korean member just said me too, and just made me a sign that yes, I could see, I understood, I could support. And if that's a private client, from my personal experience, what helps to give all the things proper names, to say everything directly. Because they would be speaking with you indirectly. Then you should ask and you should say that, do I understand you correctly, that you suggest me to go with you to your room, or something like this. Yes, sometimes it's very difficult to say these things directly, to say the proper words. But usually when you say it, the client answers that, no, you're not for anything. And then you understand that your problem is closed. As a result, sometimes your working conditions could become inconvenient. You could under-receive your payments, or some gossips about inappropriate level of professionalism of yours. And yes, I know these cases, and I have such a case in my next slide, but I understand that I'm out of time. Sometimes you could be used as just a subject of misunderstanding during negotiation. And when I was young and when I was less experienced, I really worried about whether I was correct or not. But then I had a case that this client said me that nothing personal, that's your work, sorry. So he gave me a clear understanding that he just lied about my interpretation, my bad interpretation, because he just wanted to avoid something bad for him, bad in negotiation, and that's why he blamed me. About interpreting and harassment, I went in, it was many students, female students of mine, and when they hear that something happens with other interpreters, then these female students would not think that something wrong is with them, because sometimes my female student interpreted for Korean clients, and then for 2 years she received messages in Instagram for 2 years, and so if she knows that that's not only her case, that's not only her fault or her blame, that's just that moment that we should take into account in our work. Next slide, interpreting work. What other peculiarities we have, of course, is overtight schedule, just random and de facto logistic issues, that if a high official says that prior to meeting he would like to visit a hotel, then we do it, even if we are late to the meeting to the city administration. And his subordinates also can't explain it to him. We just do as he decides. The second issue is that it's very difficult to be specialized on some specific topic. Sometimes we should just generalize to know a lot about historical issue, historical context, historical background. It could be unprofessional, but actually it's market reality, market landscape. And very often that people just don't return to this country. Sometimes today you interpret in the cars, automotive sphere, next day it's agriculture, and so on, so on. Of course, I would like to specialize on something, but I can't miss the skills, and I should focus on them. And of course, if you help to people to communicate and to understand each other, everything else they could just agree with. The subordinate, one more feature, subordinate person can't repeat question if he or she misunderstands something or doesn't understand at all. But for me, it's important what he or she says. But of course, we should remember that very often Korean specialists just keep records about these meetings very often for keeping minutes of this meeting or so on, or it's important for editing after the meeting. It's very interesting, but unfortunately we are out of time almost. Yes, very quickly. What I would like to say, and to repeat just what Anton says, that they don't say no directly. That's why it's very important to interpret from Korean to the Ukrainian member parties, and it's very important to interpret from the no from Ukrainian side to Korean side in order not to be impolite. Let's go further. Let's wrap up. What is the most thing working with the Korean clients? First of all, of course, to be prepared in advance. You should know, you should understand with whom you are working. If this person is open or just or works towards Western culture, you should understand your position, which services you could suggest or not. And the next slide is the last one. We would like to suggest to you what to read and watch about Japan and Korea. First of all, the first is TV series about Korea, Something in the Rain, and the others is about Japan culture and Japan world. We have time for 1 or 2 short questions because that's our first time speaking about Asian languages. Maybe you have questions.
Yes, Andrei. I have a brief question. All these complexities and the cultural limitations and differences, do they exist on every market? I mean, in Uruguay or in Hungary? Did you talk to any of your colleagues in other countries? Maybe on some other market they were able to explain this to them, that they do not want to do overtime. Well, it's quite difficult to answer this question in a diplomatic way. if I may be less diplomatic, yes, there is an understanding about Ukraine that it's a country that is not very rich, that it's a post-Soviet country, but it's not 100% reason of why this is happening. I'm not sure about this, but when we visited when we have visited Japan with a delegation, we also were using some Japanese interpreters, both men and women, and I could see that their requirements for the Japanese interpreters are roughly the same. And the Japanese are quite persistent in their culture. But this doesn't mean that you cannot persuade them in things. So I'm not sure about Hungary or, let's say, the United States of America, but more or less I'm sure that the situation is similar elsewhere. Yeah, their attitude to their own citizens is quite similar, and they even choose the local interpreters because it's easier to get things from them. Angelica has a question to Tatiana and Anton. Okay, the Japanese and the Korean language, they are quite unusual, quite exotic. So, coming back to your younger years, if you knew everything about the culture, would you go the same path? Would you study the same language? And why? Okay, I will start. Let's put it this way. I have a long story with the Japanese language. I started to learn it at school, then continued in the university, and I came back to it again and again. So I would learn Japanese one way or another because I like it. My answer is quite different because I'm unique as a specialist on this market because of this language. If I could come back to my younger years, I would be more persistent with my Korean language, and I would be able to do simultaneous interpreting into Korean. But now I know what I should do, but I not always can do it. Thank you so much, Tatiana, for joining us here. Thank you, Anton, for joining us online. And right now we will have quite an interesting part of our interpretation class, and we will be discussing the ethics code. And our ladies here have prepared materials for you. The start of this initiative happened exactly a year ago, and if you have been here a year ago, you probably remember the discussion of harassment, but this is just a part of the story, and a lot of other subjects were added later, and today you will see the result of this work.
Zdaje do bloku. Tak. Dołączyłem skinął i ja zaraz nie posłuchałem miejscu, ja skinął telefon do domu, to tak kieruję grupą. Dobra? Dobra. Dobre.
Hello everyone, once again. So, as you can see, we've got some visual identity. This is because one of our colleagues got inspired, and this is what we got as a result. So we love our project, we are proud of it, and so we have printed these t-shirts. So for all of us to be comfortable here and to understand the agenda for our quite big time slot, we have timed everything in minutes. So we will give a brief introduction about the history of this project. We will tell about the things that we have accomplished throughout the year, and then there will be an interactive part, and we will have the time for coffee, and later we will summarize it and think about our activities for the future. So this is a slide that I copy from one presentation to another, from one event to another. For those of you who have been with us before, you surely recognize it. The only difference is the tense of the verbs, because here we use the past tense, and this is because the year has passed already. These are the issues we have tackled on many events before, but we are still getting these questions. What exactly are you doing, and why exactly is this necessary? And even if you provide more details and explain this, that this is about professional ethics, people still have lots of questions. So for me personally, these questions we are asking, this is not something vague. This is very precise, and this is something that answers a lot of questions that are very relevant to me, like how can I stay in this profession regardless of the market changes, sometimes unfavorable market changes. So how do I stay here, and how do I continue to develop in this profession in such a way that it is also predictable and pleasant for me? So this is why we are dealing with this question in this project. We were comparing our inner compasses, and we were trying to find some common ground and to build on it with our colleagues. So it seems to me that we were acting similar to those amateur miners who are trying to find some gold in the sand. So this is exactly what we were doing. For sure, we need to have a mission in whatever we do nowadays. I will briefly explain our mission. We have always focused on establishing dialogue, and for this to happen, we have developed quite simple rules. We respect each other, we can speak two different languages, and it's not a problem for us. We do not blame each other for this. We do not discuss the things we have discussed in our events outside of it, or at least we do not mention the names. So this atmosphere of openness and trust was created through a number of events in major cities of our country, and this all started here, and it was intended to finish here. So some of it was indeed successful. The first seminar we had took place in Odessa in November 2019. It was our first attempt, but it was quite successful, and also Andrei Besedin joined us remotely. His presentation was quite informative and useful. The seminar lasted a day and a half, actually, because the second day was devoted to fairy tale therapy, which was conducted by Svetlana. And it was great because on day one we had wine in a restaurant in the evening, and on day two we also went to the seaside. But unfortunately I a little bit overestimated my capacities, and I had to spend time recovering from the experience. So we gradually learned to do it one step at a time, and so having learned this lesson, we moved forward. Thank you, Sasha. So the next seminar we held took place in Kharkiv, which was quite unusual because when we have started this, there were 3 of us, and actually there were 3 of them because I was just a participant during the Odessa seminar, and I was deeply inspired and moved by that. And when we were drinking wine and discussing the next city to visit, we discussed 2 options, Lviv or Kharkiv. And since it was before New Year, we decided that it's better to do it in Kharkiv, because during that season it's very difficult to find any good venue, any good hotel in that holiday season. And so I had just 1 month for the preparation. I had just 1 month for this moving and shaking, and I had to do all of those tasks like finding the catering, finding the venue. And I was indeed surprised by the kind of audience that I met there, because we had colleagues not only from Kharkiv there. We had 12 people there. Some of them are here in the pictures. As you can see, this is quite a big circle of people. There were some from Dnipro, from Kryvyi Rih. I was also inspired to see some real gender balance, because this way we could hear different voices in this profession. Also, I was pleased that we had not only practicing interpreters, but we also had a teacher of interpreting who is teaching the basics of this profession to students. So one more important thing to mention here is that we had people working with different languages like German and Italian, not English only. As for the content, well, part of it was taken from the previous seminar, but also we did some brainstorming, and we asked our colleagues about the values that could be the ones uniting us in our profession. So when our colleagues shared those values, step by step we understood that we shared those values, and this was the most important takeaway from that event, because it was quite clear for me that we are building on some foundation. We have some similarities between us, and we have some of the same values, shared values. Okay, the next seminar we intended to have had to take place in Lviv, and of course we always have to understand that not always it is possible to implement everything as planned, but I have never imagined that this event will have to move online, because when we started this project here, inspired by the energies of the local nature, later had some discussions in a cafe in Lviv and also in other venues, we have always insisted that this should be a face-to-face personal communication, because this is something that helps a lot to hear each other, to understand each other, and this is something we wanted to have, some shared vision, some understanding of the difficulties we all are facing, and some understanding of the solutions that can be helpful. So this interpretation in the booth, these other tasks like correspondence with the customer, they leave us no time for thinking about this. So we are either depreciating those issues or just not paying enough attention and not sharing about them with each other. So this question of professional ethics is important to us, and this is for a reason that we have selected it, because this subject or the subjects that we are discussing, they are of interest for many of us. Many of us have already faced these ethical dilemmas in our work, and some of us are going to face them in the future. So a lot of colleagues were moved by these discussions, and after Kharkiv we were getting ready for the event in Lviv, and we did not have any doubts anymore because we saw some real support from the colleagues. There was some real support, some real preparation, and the venue was found. But then the quarantine started, and it even intensified their understanding of this need to communicate. But on the other hand, we were a bit puzzled because this idea of creating a safe space was not really in line with the vision of an online event, because it's like getting an entire aircraft to use railway instead of the skies. So we decided to split our seminar into a series of webinars, and this had a number of advantages because thanks to it we got a larger audience, maybe much larger than those who would be able to physically visit us. Also, it broadened the scope of our discussion because of the quarantine we got many more subjects to discuss. And also we were visiting other webinars, other panel discussions, and thanks to this we were able to bring more and share about that during our seminar. So if we want to reduce stress and to improve conditions of our work, we have to follow the best practices, and it is great that we had a continuation of this effort and it never stopped. So all of this continued at these online meetings that Svetlana has already mentioned. Just like we did during the offline meetings, we discussed ethics, the same ethical issues, and those were not theoretical issues. That's not something between the language and cultural studies. No, this is about the actual decisions we are taking daily in our work as freelance interpreters. So how exactly did we discuss the practical issues? Even before the meeting in Odessa, we have listed a number of situations that happen to us from time to time. We have removed all the identifiable information from those situations, and those situations were used as a ground for discussions during our meetings. So these diagrams are the results of our discussions, and actually this is one of the benefits of the online format of the meetings, because thanks to it you are able to provide the electronic form, and as a result you are getting those beautiful diagrams. By the way, our colleague who helped us with the identity also helped us with the diagram. Also, we were discussing these typical situations. For instance, like you are requested to do simultaneous interpreting, and actually you have to do consecutive, or like if the speaker makes a mistake, or if someone asks your personal opinion about the thing you are interpreting about. So there was a number of such cases, such situations, and these situations emerge not because of someone's evil intentions, but rather because of the lack of information, of the lack of agreement about the conditions on which you are going to work, like the conditions of collaboration between the colleagues, the agreement about the relations between the interpreter and the customer. And it is best, of course, to arrange this in the form of a contract. By the way, once again, I'm grateful to Andrei Besedin for his assistance to us with its legal aspects.
And this letter should be sent to a client. So that just practical advices and things that I have already mentioned, and all our findings we have posted in FB groups. It's a closed FB group, but not due to the some high-level group for only chosen to be, and with some secrets, and no, the secrets can't be shared with anyone else, but because for us it was very important to preserve that frank atmosphere that we have created in Odessa and to continue this atmosphere in online format. This is for us a volunteering project. We have made everything by our intuition. That's why we have established a closed group. And as in Odessa, we have agreed that this group should be closed only in the beginning, upon some results or findings already. As soon as we have something to share with the audience, the group becomes an open one. So this was the background of establishment of this group. The girl shared with you their own motivation in terms of my motivation. I have had just pragmatic or practical intents. First of all, I would like to synchronize our compasses with my colleagues, because sometimes I really experienced one and the same case time by time. Of course, I found my own solution, but I was interested in solutions of my colleagues. And I understood that if we just could listen to different solutions of different colleagues, so I could receive answers for many answers for one and the same question. And the second motivation for me, I could say the following. I just looked at this project as my commitment to the community building as of today, but with the purpose of having better conditions tomorrow. That's just for me personally. What was my vision? If we agree on what we think to be better conditions, to be proper conditions of work, if we share this information among clients, colleagues, then we will elaborate those standards mentioned by Andrei already yesterday. We will develop something, and that would be not just an idea or wish of one interpreter, or for example, I don't want to work solo or overtime or so on, but no, it will be a general common agreed standard of the community. But I was quite a skeptical one in this sphere, because our profession is very isolated. Very often we work in pairs as a maximum, but usually also we work just solo or during a day and so on. But many people whom we know, those who work in this profession for many years, we should just gather them in one room. We should speak about topics on which usually people don't talk about. I was really skeptical about such discussion. For me, it was a small adventure, a small such experiment. I was really overwhelmed when people the same as I did, they spent a night traveling from another region in order to speak for a day on the professional ethics. They were ready to pay money for rent, to pay money for catering, for tickets. So they spent money and they traveled and came to Odessa. So Odessa was my antidote against skepticism. And Kharkiv and other meetings just add me more and more inspiration. As all these meetings and all these discussions proved, they show that all these situations, all these cases are common not only for us, but automatically also for our clients. So it means all our personal decisions will influence on how clients perceive us, on their attitude towards us, what they think about professional quality and professional ethics, or it doesn't matter how we call it. So we impact on it by our personal decisions. On any meeting, there was a colleague that said that I would like to work in worse conditions, or I don't need this money. It's enough for me to receive less money. Of course, all want to work in better conditions, in proper conditions, with proper payment. So it's important for us to establish a platform and discuss what you understand under proper payment, under eligible payment, and so on, so on. All those decisions that we make in such cases, we don't make them by chance. It's not because I just wake up and I make this decision. No, but because we return to our values. Svetlana, the floor is yours. Yes, actually, we understood some moment of the time that in such communities, interpreters in Ukraine, strict vertical hierarchy can't be used, can't be applied for. We don't need some controlling hand. We thought that it can't work for us. Horizontal connections is what works for us. In order to have them, we need a solid platform, a solid base. We should speak about values. Maybe you could have thought, what are strange questions that you ask? What are these topics, some abstract, ephemeral topics? Why you think about it? So I just imagined it. What they try to show, they can't glue just it all together, all these pieces. But from each this poll, from each such discussion, we took some particles of information. Then we melted it together in order to make a solid base, a solid platform, understanding of values, becomes just a term of reference, a system of reference, and we crystallized such a set of values. I suggest to you right now just to wake up, take your gadgets, tablets, laptops, phones, and our Zoom participants. It's very important to say that today in Zoom we have those who didn't come here, but actually they participated in our online meetings. They are together today with us today. They will work with us today. Right now, let's go to the website maybe.com. Please use the next code, menti.com. Go to this website and you should enter the code. There afterwards you will see a list of values that we just collected and took from all those discussions, and what we mean under each value. Of course, it's not detailed one, but you're suggested to prioritize them. It doesn't mean whether you agree or not. We don't tell you that you should accept these values. That's what all of you have shared with us, what you have declared. We just suggest to recall again these values. 386949. This is a code for the website. Please go menti.com and enter this code. Maybe we should renew a page. So the code is 386949. Please go to this website using your own gadget or any equipment that you have and enter this code. Please refresh the page. Yes. So please refresh your page. So the code again 386949. Please refresh your page. So I will try again. So, have you managed to enter the page? Wait a moment, please. I will refresh this page. Anyway, I will try just to read out all the values. Now, it's not about priorities, but as we have this list of values. First of all, we have discussed about just respect. Respect is a general value. Respect to yourself, self-respect to the colleagues, to the clients. We have spoke about being frank and sincere with intermediate people, with the clients, with the colleagues, about professional standards in in the work, efficiency in the CPD and the continuous professional development in the education. We speak about being brave and take responsibility for your own actions and decisions. We have discussed about care after your colleagues, after yourself, care after professional image. We have spoken about trust to the colleagues in making and implementation of the decision, not doubting their decisions. And what we again and again confirm that and say that there should be no shaming. We have spoken about professional reputation as such a set of results after purposeful attitudes to your own profession and all who represent your profession, not depending on the age of experience, and because experience could differentiate, and that's the whole list. It was quite enough for us in order to establish such a base, such a platform, which would be a start to go further. And unfortunately, the poll didn't work. Of course, it's not a big problem, but you have heard this list of values, and basing on this list of values, let's try to develop a code. We have around 1 hour now. We will stop conference interpreting. We will ask our interpreters in the booths to join us and to create this code, but of course not from the scratch. We have 2 sets of materials, one for each table. The first one is the protocol of ethical code, based on what we have elaborated during this year, and the second one is the AIC code. Actually, we don't have a real active association in Ukraine. We try to develop these horizontal connections, but of course, international experience, best practices of such a high-level organization with a high level of respect and image, of course, it would be useful. That's why we use it as a comparative model, and we will work in the format of the World Cafe in order to hear voice of each one. We will have 3 rounds, 15 minutes each, plus minus. And now let's divide into these groups. Further instructions you will listen when you will be divided already into groups. So there will be a ring, and then so we will have just moving from one table to table. So here there is the table number 1. Table number 1 is there. Svetlana is the moderator. So there will be a first block of code prototype. Lika will be responsible for the table number 2. I will be responsible for the table number 3. I will. So please, I will tell you right now the numbers. Please remember the numbers and the names. Anya is responsible for the. So Anya will be in the 1, and read 2, you 3, Vika 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, Andrei 3. In the booth 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, so let's go. Conference interpreting, we just stop right now and let's work in the groups.
Далі гнати. Я вам даю просто час. Ну, ми повинні висказати свою. Так.
Define which profession. Ми беремо шукаємо національні професії, наприклад, які є публічні заяви, прийнятими і прийнятими умовами співпраці. Висновку за нижньою ставкою. Так, ну, опять же, надо в соцсетях.
Ну, звідти, ті вижимки, які на цю тему. Можливо, там
Ми за все за.
чисто так, щоб мати нашу...
Дотримуються засад доброзичливості та колегіальності. Дотримуються від соромити спекулятів, чтобы не знаю, что хотя бы начать общаться. Ну, то, что мы начинаем присоромить, это уже вообще общение.
То ми намагалися команди загальніше, щоб там буде там спеціальна ситуація, все одно писати.
Да, я согласна.
Если бы этого все придерживалось, было бы очень хорошо.
хотя бы половину, да.
Это практически. Щоб я вас дуже просила. Так, зараз я вам на якийсь придумаю. Ну, він мав бути за посиланням, тому
Нашу маму по телевизору показывают.
А маєте всі ж можете побачити час? Те, що почекаєте. Читати? Чи ви зараз? Я тоді вам просто скопіюю текст, на який треба отже усне перекладачні премії. Я знала. Так, дівчата, значить, у нас з вами існує цей блок, я вам його скидаю.
Фотографуй і виклади в чат. Фотографуй і вийшли в чат.
Так, дівчата, бачите?
Це вже найкраще. Або напиши.
Ага, так, Юля бачить. Все, поки читаємо і зараз будемо. Чудово, зараз будемо обговорювати. Я самому Андрію голосування, щоб він
Свята.
нам допомогти. Добре, давай, добре. Добре, значить, дивіться, ми з вами піднімаємо цілково кафе. Що це означає? Це означає, що потім після вас ще прийде група, яка буде опрацьовувати той самий блок, і ще після вас прийде група, яка опрацьовувати той самий блок.
we were working on the ethical code of an interpreter in Ukraine, and we'll have a look what we've managed to achieve in those 3 blocks. I was a secretary for one of those blocks that relates to the image of interpreter, and we've formulated this kind of a temporary semi-final. So an interpreter has to take care of the profession image and avoids berating the profession by their public deeds, and also avoids attempts to shame their colleagues, keeps dialogue with their colleagues, and stays open to professional advice and their experience. So block number 2, or section number 2, was the secretary was Andrew. In that section we had 3 articles regarding impartiality, confidentiality, and some legal issues. As for the first clause about neutrality and impartiality, all of our people, all of us understand what's that about, but it's really difficult to make it to put it in the right word. We've changed the wording for that, and one of the options that an interpreter bases his deeds on neutrality and avoids distorting the translation that might pose danger to the teamwork, and stays within the missions, the tasks set out by the client, but still only takes those tasks, only engages with those jobs that he is capable to deliver. As for confidentiality, everybody agrees, apart from some certain technical corrections like publicly available information, etc. And as for the third clause, regarding the fact that everybody has to stay within the legally allowed area, there were a lot of points, a lot of thoughts that we should get rid of this, that because we still have to obey these laws because we're living in Ukraine. And there was a bit of a recursion loop in there, so we got rid of that as well. And we had the third block. A participant will discuss it. The third block was regarding the continuous professional development and own health and well-being. An interpreter puts efforts into maintaining his qualifications and competence at a decent level, at a proper level, by maintaining by deepening his specialization, by visiting industry events, and also by exchanging his learning achievements with his colleagues, sharing those. And the interpreter realizes that his way of life affects his interpreting efficiency and effectiveness, and acts accordingly. He puts effort into ensuring that the client and the customer provides sufficient and appropriate working environment, including having a partner, etc. Now, in our section, we've agreed that we should avoid the word повинен, which means must. We should just maintain it as a practice that we should be aiming for. Thanks, Dima. Thanks a lot. Right, colleagues, we had quite an active and fruitful hour of work. And despite all this turbulence in Zoom, all those issues and technical problems, we've managed to have a talk, a discussion. And it doesn't really matter whether we had those issues and problems. The point is, and the main thing is, that we actually held this discussion about what's relevant for us. Because nobody's even trying to teach somebody else here, to educate somebody else here. quite often something, it's just that quite often something that is obvious to you is different from what is obvious to another person, and that might lead to certain issues, certain misunderstandings, and we need to talk about that like we did today. So our project is about a widely open dialogue with respect to other people's points of view. In pre-COVIDian times, sometimes as an interpreter you would go to one business trip and then another business trip, etc., etc. You have a job after a job, and we remain parents, we still remain children, we still remain teachers, so we have quite a few social roles to maintain, to keep up with, and it's quite easy to get into that circle and just keep running in this circle. So our project is about your internal audit, to ask yourself a question: what am I working for? Am I satisfied with the conditions of work? Am I satisfied with the wages, with the payment that I receive? And what should I be doing today to get better conditions tomorrow? And when it comes to conditions of work, people often mention market. A market is not something abstract, it's us. The profession is us, and we are the ambassadors for our profession. And our honor of an interpreter is not just for military people, it's for us too. We have to be accountable for those decisions that we take in our workplaces. We'll account for how those decisions affect us, how those decisions affect the vision of our customers, our colleagues. There were 4 of us in this team, and all of us are different as personalities. And at some point, we thought that our opinions are so opposing to each other, so polar to each other, that we will not manage this. But we've worked through that. We've managed, and we've achieved success. That's because we had common vision, common points of view, and common goals. So our project is first and foremost about a precedent. It's about showing that there is a dialogue is possible if you have mutual respect and you have mutual things, values. Yeah, to summarize this, I'd like to say that unfortunately I've failed to work actively with this wonderful team on the last stage, just due to the fact that my family wasn't lucky, and we had this COVID issue in our family. But I still have this T-shirt on me. I'm still wearing this T-shirt, and I can be a part of this big thing that I think is quite important. Again, this is the first time. This is the precedent that we work here with, a unique event. And all of us understand that time flies, time goes on, and the market develops, and we can see how the COVID infection and the quarantine has changed our market, and it can change even dramatically if there's an apocalypse looming, or a zombie invasion, or a zombie apocalypse, etc. So we'll see that due to objective reasons, we will need to amend this text. So this is not set in stone for ages, this resulting text. That's obvious, and I can say that we are open to the dialogue regarding this position, and I'd like to thank my colleagues, to express my gratitude to my colleagues. Yeah, you know, dear colleagues, after this technical collapse that we've experienced, maybe it's about showing that personal communication is much more important, because for me the unique value of this project is about synergy. In the direct meaning, the first meaning of this word, we were analyzing ourselves, we're investigating and researching the market and the profession, and we've suggested to us, to others, to you, to create this model of a community. We've received a lot of issues, a lot of critical points, a lot of comments and concerns, but this is the best part of this project, because it's about caring. It's about being passionate towards this topic, about being passionate to discussing this topic in public. Our starting point was that everybody's experience is unique, as it's important to hear it and to accept it. And we've shown to ourselves and to yourselves, to our colleagues, that it's possible. I'll be concluding this, my last words. It says in my notes that I have to mention the pyramid. Today we had a lot of questions about what's this about, what's this code is about, why do we need this for. We've spent a lot of time over the list of this year to discuss a lot of stuff that is irrelevant, directly irrelevant to those things that we've tried to achieve. There were quite a few quotes written out, quite a few points raised, like girls, have a look at this document quickly in 30 seconds. I'm gonna ask you a question, and in 30 seconds I'm asking, okay, why did we need to have a look at this document? Or where's my wine? Where's my glass of wine? So we spent quite a lot of time to build this huge basis of this pyramid. I've read this nerdy theory of an achievement pyramid. It says that the higher a pyramid we want to build, the wider its basement has to be. And the basement here, the base of a pyramid, is our mutual relationship, our mutual treatment, and our treatment of a project. It's about how deep we understand what we are doing and what for are we doing that. For those people who've joined us for this first time or the second time, they didn't spend much time thinking about this. That's why this project raised a lot of questions. But still, we think our desperate attempt, it was successful, and every step that we've planned through, every seminar, every webinar, it came through a reality check, and it was successful. And we see that our child here is quite confident in standing, and can stand now. We had a closed Facebook group, and we're now ready to open it to public, make it publicly available. We are going to share this document that you've seen on this screen in that group that we've produced here and edited here together. We'll post everything that we had in the group, and we have quite a lot of stuff there, all our results, and we want to let this child grow with us, come of age with us. Yes, we don't have a structure that would be bureaucratic enough to give us certain directions and guidelines, and to offer punishment, to inflict punishment for those who do not follow those guidelines. It depends on each and every one of you whether we're going to follow those guidelines. Those guidelines, they say we're up for all the best, and we don't like all the bad stuff. So I'd like to wish all of you keep developing as professionals, and all the best. Oh, one more point, and we've announced a prize. I think it was for online participants, or for the most active participants. And an active participant, the most active participant, is going to be Andrew. We name Andrew as the most active participant. Keep seated. It's a virtual prize. Join us, join our synchronous interpreters, simultaneous interpreters group. You may join us without any additional payment or anything like that.
Может быть, вас всех сфотографируем?
And now we have a short break. Let's continue our agenda. Today we have our Sarah Community together with us. Hi. Привіт, Саро, як справи? Ви можете мене чути? Так, ми можемо. Ми вас...
Thank you. I wish I was there with you. It
Yeah, I
looks
know.
awesome.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, yes. So good to see you. Hi, everyone.
Hi. So you can introduce yourself, and I just started. I didn't even name the title of your presentation.
Okay, very gladly. Not that I have. Well, yes, my name is Sarah Cuminetti, and I'm based in Italy. So, ciao from Italy, as you saw from my video. I had the pleasure of meeting Victoria last year in Geneva, and we really hit it off. And I'm glad to be here now. I am in charge of social media for myself, and I coordinate social media for ASSO Interpreti, that is to say, the Italian National Association of Professional in Conference Interpreters. I'm also in charge of the ATA Italian Language Division Twitter account. I like social media. I do a lot of stuff on social media, but that's not my job. I'm not a social media manager. I'm an interpreter, and I do a lot of stuff on social media. So based on this experience, I've worked a lot on the aspects that are more relevant to us as interpreters when we decide to use social media and to be on social media. And indeed, I also, last year, I launched a survey specifically about confidentiality, because confidentiality is really one of the cornerstones of our profession. And of course, social media and confidentiality, that's kind of a tricky balance to strike. And so indeed, that was it was a pretty interesting well, the results were presented in Geneva, indeed, and there was a poster presentation. There was a lot of interest, and so here I am today, because that's what I'm going to be talking about with you for the next, let's say, 45 minutes. So we leave some time for questions, maybe, and we're going to be talking about social media and how interpreters can use social media and what interpreters should be aware of when using social media.
Great, Sarah. So the floor is yours, and in 45 minutes, I will remind about myself, okay?
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, good luck.
Absolutely. Okay. So first of all, thank you UTIC, the whole team for having me. It's unfortunately I cannot be there in person, but I'm sure that maybe next year, or we'll see. I will absolutely love to be with you. So, social media 101 best practice interpreters. Let's start by telling you what I will not be talking about. So I will not be talking about why you should use social media as, for your business per se. I'm not going to be talking about social media trends for the year, this year, next year, stuff like that. Not what we'll be talking about today. I'm not even going to be talking about social media marketing specifically, because I believe that there's lots of very useful information that you can find online, sometimes for free. Sometimes there are, specific publications. Lots of information is available out there, and they can get into great depth and work on specific details of social media marketing. I'm not a social media manager by profession, so I'm sure there's people more qualified than me to tell you about some of the really the intricacies of social media marketing. I'm not going to tell you anything about TikTok. Sorry, I know some of you might be interested because you've heard so much about TikTok. But as you can see here, for example, one of the things about TikTok is, very briefly, that the audience is about 50% 18 to 24. So it depends what you want to do on social media. I don't think that many of your target individuals out there, the people you want to reach through social media, clients, colleagues, and people like that, I don't think they're aged 18 to 24. So anyway, we don't have time to talk about TikTok right now. And least of all, I'm sorry, maybe some of you would like to know more about this, but we're not going to be talking about the selfie angle. I'm very bad at that, so you'll have to look for this information elsewhere. What are we going to be talking about? We'll be talking about how to manage a relationship, a very intimate relationship between you as an interpreter and social media. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean that social media can be a very emotional relationship for you. It can trigger very passionate responses in you. It can be something that you love. It can be something that you hate. It can be something that makes you really mad. It can be something that takes up a lot of your time. And you know, it's also supposed to be something that makes your life better. So this is what we'll be talking about. And let's start by seeing which are the ingredients for a healthy interpreter social media relationship. So pick your plot line. What do I mean by that? So a relationship, you wish it's like a fairy tale, but maybe it's not. And however, you need to more or less know what kind of path you want to go down when you start out. This is true for a relationship, but it's also true for social media. So you need to be aware of what specific platforms have to offer and what you would like to achieve through social media. And this takes me to point number 2, find the right one, because, you know, there's plenty of social media platforms out there, and maybe they're not all the same for you. They have different requirements. They require different approaches, different content, and maybe they're not suitable for the objectives that you set out to achieve. So that is something else that you need to consider beforehand, okay? And then we are interpreters, so we need to speak the right language. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean that if you post something on LinkedIn, you should not use the same approach that you use on Twitter. If you post something on Instagram, for example, it's all about image, 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 and it's not the same as Facebook. They look kind of similar, but they're not quite the same. So just like in our job, we should be able to learn the various languages and to speak the various languages. And we'll see later how social media, and let's say LinkedIn maybe, is our native language, or maybe it's an A language, or maybe it's a B or even a C language, who knows. So we're going to be talking about this too. Something else that's very important, be yourself. Be yourself, because there are, of course, many rules, many aspects to consider, but bottom line, there's lots of people out there, and unless you are yourself, you won't stand out at all, and you won't be able to actually contribute anything to what's happening online. And if you don't express yourself also, you're going to come across as, you know, you're not really yourself. You are cheating, maybe. You should never cheat, and you should never cheat online, because social media can, that cheating is going to catch up with you sooner or later, and it's not genuine. Because indeed, and this is actually the last point, you need to keep it real, because you need to know that it may seem that like it's something online, who cares, I can come up with anything, no one's going to check. That's not the case at all, actually. You have to consider that you're communicating with people, and people are very good at picking up on stuff that's not real, okay? So that's something else that you need to consider. And then, like, you know, any relationship, the more passionate, the more this happens, tantrums, you're going to argue, you're going to fight, there's going to be a lot of bickering, there's going to be a lot of discussions going on like that. And that's something else that you should be aware of beforehand, again, because maybe you hate the sort of, let's say, heated discussions, or maybe you hate any controversial statement, or maybe you don't like to manage things that make you uncomfortable. And, well, you need to brace for this kind of stuff if you decide to be on social media, because that's in the nature of social media. But I promise you that if you take care of all these relations, then you live happily ever after. Absolutely. And this actually brings me to a point that is very important when using social media. Now you see here a pyramid. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It dates back to the early 40s, and it's basically about the needs, human needs, what we as human beings feel we need to live a good life, to feel okay, to be happy. So these aspects are very relevant in our everyday life and are very relevant online too. Let's start from the bottom. So you see that there's this pyramid-shaped triangle that starts with the red physiological, and then we get safety, love, esteem, and self-actualization. What does it mean? It means that from the very basic needs, what is the relevance for social media? Well, for example, it means that we have very physical needs. We want to eat, right? So we go somewhere, we find a restaurant that we like, and this is based on a very physical need. And what do? Maybe we post about that. Consider, for example, TripAdvisor, stuff like that. So we share this information with other people based on our physical need. Safety is another important aspect which can be summed up pretty well, for example, with ultimately Facebook's safety check, you know? So of course you want to feel safe. So social media allows you, for example, to get lots of information. Let's say when the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, social media was one of the ways for people to know what was going on elsewhere in the world. It was a way for people to know what worked and what didn't work, or what seemed to work or seemed to not work elsewhere in the world. And again, this is thanks to social media. And it's a very physical, very human emotion, very human need that is then transposed online. Then we have love, esteem, and self-actualization, which I will now put together so as not to dwell on this too long. But basically what it means is that when we go online and we do something actively online, we are looking for love, in the sense of we're looking for people who like us. We're looking for people who think we are worthy of their attention. We are looking for people who think we're good at what we do. We're looking for people to confirm our competences. And that is why we post something in many cases, precisely because we need, as human beings, to interact with other human beings in this way. And this it's just shifted online through social media. So my pro tip to right off the bat is, before you start posting on social media, you should understand what your needs are, what your expectations are, what your objectives are. Because if you're not on social media, it's not that like tomorrow you're going to post or tweet and your life is going to change and you're going to be like a superstar of social media. That's not how it works. You need to actually know what you set out to do in order to know how to achieve certain goals. And in order to do so, just like any other business venture, because keep this in mind, we're talking about a business approach to social media for interpreters. We're not talking about interpreters just flipping through images on Instagram and stuff and liking cats and stuff like that. We can do that, but that's a different thing. What we're talking about here is using social media as interpreters. So using social media to gain visibility, to gain online reputation, for networking, maybe to learn about stuff that's going on in the field. So you need to have a professional approach to social media in general. And this, of course, means that you need to know what your USP, your unique selling proposition, is all about. What are you offering out there? What are you giving the word? Why are you asking the word to look at you or to read your tweets or your posts or whatever? You need to have something solid to offer, right? And that is something, of course, you can just share pictures and just share comments and stuff like that. But if you want to actually create content and really make a difference and build your own reputation online, that is something that you need to have very clear in your mind right from the start. You also need, very objectively, to consider what you like and what you don't like. Of course, you will, if you want to work on social media, you can just consider any social media, okay? But that would be scattering your resources and your attention across the board instead of channeling all your efforts towards something you're really good at. So, for example, if you hate watching yourself in pictures, for example, you hate pictures of yourself, then maybe Instagram is not such a good idea because you're not going to be instinctively good at it, right? If you are extremely informal when you talk, when you communicate, when you write, then maybe LinkedIn is not such a good idea. Or you need to know how to, let's say, change register when you post something on LinkedIn. And likes and dislikes also concerns your audience because remember, we're talking about you, but we're also talking about what you set out to do. And you need to consider what your audience is looking for and what you can expect from your audience in terms of reaction to what you're going to post. So this is all the things that you should consider in a very human, let's say, kind of way. And then, of course, as I was saying earlier, many of us, unfortunately, are not so young as to be digital natives. And so social media, anything digital, is not our native language. We weren't born using Facebook and stuff. Many of you maybe are, and that's good. It's great. It's like being bilingual. You speak like real everyday language and digital languages. That's awesome. It's a great asset. But if you don't, like me, for example, then you need to learn how to use it. You need to learn it like you need to learn English or French or German. You need to learn as much as you can about what that language requires. And maybe you understand the language, but you don't feel comfortable enough to speak the language. And then you need to be very much aware as an interpreter of your own level of familiarity with this kind of language. So, you don't want to speak a language you're not proficient in, right? So you shouldn't be speaking a C language to the world if you're not familiar with it, not good enough, right? So that is something that you should indeed consider before posting something online. Not fast for the interpreter. Please forgive me if I'm going too fast. Now, another important point that you need to consider, time. Time is of the essence. What do I mean by that? If you look at this slide, it says that indeed, on average, people using social networks last year spent almost an hour and a half online. But this is not business social media. This is social media, period. So that means that if you plan on using social media, then you're going to spend your 1 hour and a half on Facebook looking at what your friends are doing, how cool the beach they are on is, and stuff like that. You need to work because you probably need to be an interpreter. That's what we are, or a translator, if I know there are many translators over there too. And on top of it all, of actually living your life in real life, you need to manage your social media professionally for business. So, and mind you, social media done right requires a lot of effort. It requires planning. It requires creation of interesting content. It requires keeping tabs on what people are doing, keeping an eye on your competition, on what's going on in the field. So it's very time consuming. And you should be really careful and plan whatever it is that you want to do very carefully, because indeed time can really become a tricky issue. And again, you should also keep it precisely because it's 1 hour and a half that you already spend on social media. You want to make it very clear to yourself in your head how much time you're going to use of that slot of time that you devote to social media during your day. How much of that time is going to be devoted exclusively to business social media, let's say, because otherwise it's going to be overwhelming and you really are at risk of some kind of social media burnout. And that's something that we're going to be talking about later because it's very real indeed. But Okay, so maybe you're saying, okay, so this is all good and well, Sarah, but so I don't know what I should do. Which social media platform should I pick? So we hear, I'm sure you do too, I've heard a lot recently. We've heard all about Twitter. We've heard all about Facebook and which is going up, which is going down. We've heard a lot about TikTok and stuff. So this is a very interesting snapshot of the current situation that you can see comes from the social media marketing from the socialmediaexaminer.com website. And as you can see, no matter how controversial Zuckerberg may be, Facebook is still definitely still gets the lion's share of the market, followed by Instagram, LinkedIn, which of course is slightly different because, again, this is a survey of among social media managers for marketing purposes. So it's not just people posting stuff about CAS, okay? It's a little different. But indeed, people who deal with marketing online, this is what they do. They like Facebook and then Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, and so on and so forth. TikTok, not so much, as you can see. And this can help you choose because really, we hear so much about TikTok, okay? Honestly, me too. I started considering what to do with TikTok, because if it works, why not? There's lots of fun stuff to watch on TikTok, right? Maybe you can become the next superstar, the interpreter superstar of TikTok. Why not? That's something that you can consider, of course. But if you look at this, 16% of marketers plan on increasing their TikTok organic activities, which is fine. But take a look at this super big chunk, the red chunk. That is like 3/4 of the pie. And these people do not plan to use TikTok for marketing purposes. They're still going to look at videos and of cats and dogs and stuff, but not for marketing purposes. So this is some kind of indication, and that's why I told you that there's lots of information out there that you can find for yourself before to help you decide what to do and how to channel your resources correctly, because this information is out there for free, basically. So this is why you should consider what to do before investing a lot of time, putting a lot of effort, and creating the most fantastic TikTok account profile ever, and then it's not worth it because it's not going to actually bring home any kind of significant result, not the stuff that you're looking for, right? And this, again, this is interesting because here, the most important social platform for marketers is what? It's Facebook, and I think they picked blue for a reason here, but it's Facebook, and never mind the fact that, as you can see here, compared to last year, Facebook dropped from 61 to 59%, Instagram grew from 14% to 17%, and Twitter actually declined from 4% to 3%. Facebook is still the most significant social media platform that you can use. So for marketers, again. So this is just to give you an idea of where we stand today. As I said, I'm not going to get into specifics when it comes to social media marketing, but this is just to give you an idea, because maybe you're there and you're saying, okay, let's see what Sarah has to say. Maybe I am going to start working on my social media because she has some revelation that's going to change my life. I don't think so. But anyway, in case you're wondering, Facebook is still there. And so no matter how much criticism you hear against it, no matter all the arguments against it, this is where we stand today. Now, also, you can use social media in different ways. As I said earlier, when you go online, there are many ways you can make the most of what social media has to offer. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to put yourself out there. Maybe you don't like to do so. Maybe you don't want to expose yourself, your text, your everything to just be there, and people are going to look at you. Maybe that makes you uncomfortable. You're afraid of, I told you all about using the right language and this and that. So maybe now you're all concerned and you say, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I should not post that. What if I do something wrong? So this is absolutely okay. But honestly, while I I never want to tell anyone what they should do. I do think that it's important to enable you, to empower you, to provide you with some information that then you can use the way you think best for yourself. So I'm not going to tell you which is best. I'm not you. I don't know what is best for you. What I can tell you is that even if you don't like to post about yourself or to post content you create for yourself, there's still a lot that you can get from social media. And you would be really missing out on a lot of opportunities if you don't, if you decide to reject social media altogether, because you can just very passively get all the information out of social media. You just need to create an account. And that's something that takes 5 minutes. And you don't even need to post anything, tweet anything. You just sit back and decide who to follow, and that's it. And you can start learning about what's going on in the field, which events are happening in the field, which developments are happening in the field. If you are on social media, you know how much people are talking about, for example, remote interpreting and remote interpreting solutions. That's all the rage nowadays. Okay, so if you are online, you can get access, free access to lots of information. You can also get access to, information that people are actually giving out for free that they probably shouldn't if they were a little wiser, a little more strategically minded. What do I mean? That when people post things about, I don't know, pictures of themselves, for example, and this brings me back to the famous remote interpreting thing. So what happens? Okay, it's cool to post pictures about of yourself working and remotely, and that's great. And I mean, you should do what feels right for you. Maybe that is what you set out to do and you like it. So that's fine. But be aware that what you're doing is telling your colleagues, one, of course, that you're working, two, what kind of computer you're using, three, what kind of headset you're using, 4, 5, 6, you're telling people a lot of stuff about you professionally. And you're giving out this information for free. So just be aware that this is something, that this is what you're doing, because other people may be watching, may be taking note. And indeed, that's what you can do. You can take note of what other people are doing if you're using social media passively. Another passive use of social media that you can engage in is joining groups. Groups generally bring together professionals from the same field, from the same professional sector, let's say. So if you go on LinkedIn, if you go on Facebook, there are groups that allow you to just see what's going on. Because people post relevant articles that are relevant to the profession, maybe stuff updates, and there's discussion going on. And again, it's just like being at a party and you don't want to talk with anyone. You're just sitting back and maybe sipping some cocktail or something there in the corner and looking around and see what's going on. But you're going to learn a lot of information if you do so. Well, the same is true for social media. So joining a group doesn't mean that you necessarily have to contribute to the discussion, but it means that you're there. And so that you can learn a lot of stuff. You can, if you want to, you can also start networking with colleagues, but you don't have to. And then there is the classic, let's say, trick that you can use. I promised that I would share some tips, so I have to share some tips. But anyway, something that you can do, because maybe you're saying, yeah, okay, Sarah, you're right. But okay, I don't know how Twitter works. I hate Twitter. I don't know how it works. I'm not comfortable. Nobody knows me. I don't know anyone. So how do I start out? Well, one way to do so is you certainly know a few people who are in the business, maybe even people, that you know physically. because some of your colleagues in real life are surely on social media. So what you can do is once you open an account, you create a profile for yourself, is go look at their profile and see who they follow. And maybe in turn, you will find interesting people to follow. And that's, for example, how you can expand your network, because then some of those people are going to follow you back. And this is how things work. The same is true for LinkedIn, for example, because sometimes you can just look at connections other people have and go like, oh, this guy sounds interesting, or this girl sounds interesting, so I'm going to try and connect with this person. And that is, I think, a very good use of a passive use of social media that indeed has a lot to offer for you. Also considering what you're seeing here, that is to say, why and what people share on social media. This is the psychology of social sharing, brings us back to what I was showing you a minute ago. That is to say, this is what you can find online, because people like to share this stuff online. People share valuable content, of course, hopefully, that's what we like most of all. People define themselves online by sharing specific things. And that's why you like some of those people and you don't like some of those people. So consider, for example, now we don't have a lot of time, but if we did, I would ask you to go to any of your social media accounts and find one account, one person that you really like. Just like that. Don't think about it. Just the first name that comes to mind. And then once you do, you can do this at home or maybe later tonight, whenever. And then you just try and understand why you like this person so much. What is it that makes this person stand out? There's millions of accounts, millions of profiles out there. Why do you like this person so much? This is a very useful exercise because it allows you to focus and to put in greater focus the kind of person that you would like to be yourself online. And it's a useful exercise because there's plenty of tips that just looking at those accounts, well, you can learn from people you like online and you can be a little more like them. Of course, everything has to be, you have to make everything your own, but you can find inspiration out there. And this is a passive attitude, but you can also be active. However, being active comes with a lot of baggage, let's say, because this is the content matrix by Smart Insights. It was a project launched together with the New York Times. And this is a kind of, let's say, this graph allows you to break down content by type. So content should be entertaining, inspiring, educational, or convincing, And when you're called to create content, you need to take this into account. Being active means that you need to do something. Doing something, just like in real life, means that you may get criticized for what you do. Only instead of doing it, in your, in your circle among your friends, in your circle of friends, you're doing it with a global audience, before a global audience. So that's something you need to be aware of. Maybe no one will notice, but you need to be aware of this. So how can you be active if you want to be active? Maybe you want to improve your social media presence. Okay, you can interact with the groups that we mentioned a minute ago. So if you interact, if you post in, for example, on groups on LinkedIn or Facebook, that's going to make you more well-known among other professionals. You can reach out. So maybe you found a famous account that you love, that one person who's so great. So you can actually reach out to that person and saying, hey, I think your presentation at that conference was awesome. Thank you for doing this. Or maybe you can share a picture. You can tag that person. And that is also a very effective way to, get things moving, to get the ball rolling. That's how you grow, how you meet new people. Crediting is very important for your reputation. There is a social media netiquette that you need to be aware of, and crediting people for their work instead of pretending that it's your own, that is fundamental. And indeed, that's something that sometimes gets overlooked. And sometimes you do it unintentionally. That's fine, especially at first. It's a little hard to get into this mindset. But it's something that you should always remember to do on social media. And then there's engagement. Engagement, as I said, is it means involving other people, getting other people's attention somehow, generally by tagging them. And then maybe you're lucky and these people are going to attention. Maybe they won't. Maybe they won't like what you have to say. Who knows? But whatever happens, even negative reactions can still help you gain a more solid reputation, more visibility. A lot of aspects there's a lot of things that can come from this kind of interaction. Now, effective engagement is, I'm going to give you an example of effective engagement that has to do with our keynote speaker, Jonathan Downey. We had the pleasure of listening to Jonathan yesterday, and I have to say, Jonathan being Italian, I'm more of a Ferrari kind of interpreter than a limousine one, but I totally see your point. So anyway, this is what happens. Yesterday, Jonathan tweeted, Andre, he tweeted about Andre. So Jonathan tweeted about someone else, and he didn't tag Andre because you can't win them all, even Jonathan Downey sometimes, you know. I love you, Jonathan. So anyway, Andre said something in his presentation about Julia Pogar's Know Your Worth. So Jonathan tweeted about it, right? What happened? So Jonathan on Twitter has about 3,200 followers. Andrew has 237, but he joined just like last year, and probably he's not super active. So he has his own followers. And then Jonathan tagged UTICamp. UTICamp has 697 followers. Maybe some are the same as the ones who follow Jonathan, but not so, probably not all of them are, you know, in the same group. So we're talking about 3,210 for Jonathan, 237 for Andre, and 700 more or less for UTICamp, to which Julia responded. Because Julia replied, tagging Andre and thanking Jonathan, and by responding, of course, UTICamp was involved in this whole exchange, and Victoria Morris liked it, as you can see. Julia Pogar has 1,500 followers. Okay, so Jonathan tweeted a 3.5-line tweet yesterday mentioning 2 other people and a conference that was not his own. I mean, he was there, but you know, he had already spoken, so it was not something that he was doing for himself. And for free, he got tremendous visibility because everyone following him, Andre, UTIC, and Julia, and Victoria, because then Victoria liked it, and people know that Victoria liked this, maybe you would like it too. So with like a 2-minute effort, Jonathan, who's very good at using social media, created some kind of cascade effect that is absolutely stunning. So you can see why I'm saying that there is tremendous potential with social media, doing not that much. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you can use it to your own advantage. And the reason I'm asking now, any of you, tweet about the fact that Sarah Translate mentioned in her presentation the whole thing. So me, I'm the ultimate free rider because actually I'm going to be mentioned after everyone else has tweeted. And so 0 effort, maximum result. I mean, isn't that great? I'm joking, of course. But you see my point here, right? So Jonathan was extremely clever in his use of social media. And he devoted very little time to that tweet, but he's familiar with Twitter. He knows how things work. And this is the amazing result that he got. So, you know, I thought this was a great thing he did, and it was a perfect example for what I was trying to convey to you today. And of course, then something else that I mentioned very briefly earlier, that is to say, make sure that everyone knows it's you. You want to be an influencer, maybe you don't, but influencer is a word that's been around according to Merriam-Webster since the late 1600s. So it's not just about being an influencer online, but indeed, what it boils down to is that you are what you post. People across the world are going to see what you post, and people across the world have never met you. So they don't know what's behind the image that you're projecting out there. To them, you are that thing. You are that picture. You are that little something that you posted online. So think before you post is what people will think you are all about. So, and then it's hard to make their mind. Speaking of which, and this brings me to what I was mentioning earlier, this is the famous study that I conducted last year, the survey about social media and interpreters, with a special focus on confidentiality. Confidentiality is one of the pillars of our profession, but online, well, things have now, of course, a lot of attention has been given to social media and confidentiality online. UTIC talked about it, and other associations talked about it. And, it was in the news when there was that whole thing about President Trump and the interpreter. And so confidentiality, came out like one of the priorities. And what happened is that basically I tried to take the pulse of the situation in terms of what people consider confidentiality. Because, if you, it used to be that confidentiality meant, yeah, I'm working at this meeting, I shouldn't share the presentation, I shouldn't take pictures of the presentations, I shouldn't use that information in any way, or any information related to this assignment I cannot disclose, and blah, blah, blah. But what is confidentiality on social media? And I think this is one of the crucial issues that I don't know. I don't have an answer for that, but I ask this question for you so that we can all start to become more aware of what confidentiality can mean. Because indeed, confidentiality may not just be about not disclosing the information contained in a PowerPoint presentation. It may be about the people you're taking pictures of in a room, back in the times, in those days, the glorious days when we could be physically in the same room. But, you're disclosing information. So even if you post stuff about remote interpreting assignments, be careful. Because maybe it's true you're not showing PowerPoint presentations, but maybe you're showing names of people that shouldn't be there. So confidentiality is absolutely one of the tenets of our profession, and we cannot in any way break our commitment towards our client and towards ourselves, of course. And just for the record, in the picture, you can see Professor Baigori, who is amazing and had this fantastic keynote in Geneva. And that's me, and that's Victoria. And you see that I wasn't lying about meeting Victoria in Geneva. Now, I need to wrap this up. Use your brain, but I'm almost done, no worries. So use your brain. What does it mean? It means that indeed, people are starting to pay attention. People are starting to realize that social media has very real consequences, very physical consequences even. And for example, this very interesting study by King University, you can download it for free. It's The Psychology of Social Media. What does it say? It's very interesting what it says. It says when social media users receive positive feedback, when you like a post, when someone likes one of your posts, your dopamine receptors, just the brain fires off dopamine receptors. That means that the post on social media can actually generate a physical chemical reaction. So you see that the implications of this are remarkable because you cannot control the physical reactions of your body. And indeed, as you can see here, this again is something you can find in the report. People are developing social media habits that can benefit and harm their mental health. And this brings me to the last topic that I want to touch upon in my presentation. That is to say, the flip side of the coin, the stuff that is not so pleasant about social media, because it's something that indeed you need to be aware of if you are to actually use social media constructively and to feel at ease using social media. The quote that you see on the right, that comes from a law blog. Because, you know, managing reputation online is so tricky that you can get sued for stuff you post online. You can lose a job for stuff you post online. And indeed, what you see here is a definition of my beloved Hip Dick, the Hip Dictionary, and has... social media has made too many comfortable with disrespecting others and not getting punched in the mouth for it. And that is true, indeed, because online, it's like our barriers, the constraints that we feel we're subject to most of the time in real life, well, we don't feel these constraints as if they applied online. And we feel sometimes free to express our opinions in ways that not being in real life, not being there in person, but only being writing something can come across as incredibly offensive, incredibly also can be misunderstood, misinterpreted. And that is something that you need to be aware of. It's one of the famous B languages and that you need to be aware of. And A language, if you want to post stuff that you need to be familiar with, because otherwise you might get in trouble because you post something that people perceive in a negative way. Negative effects of social media, so many negative effects of social media. As I said, social media burnout is a thing. It's a problem, a very serious issue among teenagers, for example. That's something else that you can find in the famous study that I mentioned a few slides back. But bottom line, if you use social media wrong, that's going to be bad for yourself, for your health. And you set out to use social media for your business as an interpreter, right? So be very careful that this does not actually does not actually lead to negative consequences for you. A useful way to get around these issues is actually having the famous reality check buddy. That is to say, someone who's not on social media that much and who can put everything in perspective for you. Because sometimes you tend to just see everything as if that was all that mattered, as if your whole life revolves around social media and what happens online. That's not the case, okay? But it's very hard sometimes not to get too involved and to get too emotional about this stuff. Online is not offline. So even if you're mad because someone wrote something about you that made you mad online, you can still just turn off your computer or just turn off your phone, go out, get ice cream, relax, have fun with your friends, and most of all, don't neglect the people around you because you want to be on social media. That would be really bad in real life. That's one of the bad things about being online. And virtual has lots of consequences, however, on your very real life. So if you post something bad, then it is your reputation. I don't know, you post something that maybe is not in line with you're a member of an association, you post something that's not in line with the ethics of that association, you're going to get in trouble for that. But you're not going to get in trouble online, you're going to get in trouble offline. So in a way, there's a dark side to ourselves when we are online because social media can bring out the worst in us. And there's a dark side also to social media per se. So how do we keep this relationship healthy? And I'm basically wrapping this up with one more slide and we're done. Stephanie Sarkis provides a number of tips. I just summarized some of the most relevant here. Keep track of time, very important. I know it sounds very silly and obvious, it's not. Keep track of time, the time you devote to these activities. Then avoid a comparison trap. Very easy for us to do, especially now. For example, one thing that happened very recently was during the COVID pandemic, Italy was one of the first countries to be really in huge trouble at first. What was happening, for example, in the States was nothing, because at the very first weeks, nothing was happening in the States. So us Italians were actually, when looking at social media, we saw all these nice pictures of interpreters going to work, going to a conference, doing this, doing that, and we couldn't believe it. And it made us crazy. And we started, maybe some of us were going like, oh my God, I'm not working. Look, these people are working. Or the same happens, for example, nowadays with people who post a lot of pictures about remote interpreting assignment. And you go like, I'm not working, oh my God, and this is it's the end of my career, and it's not. Okay, it's just someone posting pictures. It has nothing to do with you and your career. You need to be very concrete, very down to earth. Okay, but it's a very perverse dynamic that you can get trapped into if you are online a lot. Something else, one social media platform that could restrict, limit the number of inputs that you get from the outside. Very important. Turn notifications off. Do it. I know it's hard, but do it so that it's not the platform that comes to you. It's you deciding when to go to the platform. Very important. Get active offline. Do something constructive for your profession outside of social media, outside of the internet. Very important. Plan an unplug day. I confess to you, I generally plan an unplug week or even a month. Wouldn't that be nice? I don't know that I can do that. And then something else that someone thought was very interesting was trick your brain. Trick your brain. The brain plays a big role in social media and how we react with stuff online. Well, let's trick our brain because, for example, studies have shown that if you turn your phone to black and white mode, that is less of a stimulus for your brain to actually be attracted to what you're seeing. So black and white is a very good trick that you can use. So in closing, learn the rules. This is what I wanted to do here today. I just wanted to give you some kind of, let's say, framework so that you know how to move around, because you know what happens when you do something. Not because I tell you to or not to, but because you know that if you do this, you might get that. But if you do this other thing, maybe you'll get in trouble, or, but then it's up to you. And the most important thing is just know the rules, so then you can break them like an artist, because ultimately what really works online is being yourself, because otherwise you'll never stand out. And having said that, it's got to be fun. So if someone doesn't like you, too bad. There's plenty of other people out there who are going to like you. Don't lose any sleep over this kind of stuff. And with this, I'm done. I, first of all, apologize to the interpreters for going so fast. I know what it feels like. I'm sorry. And thanks for your great work. Then I wish to thank all of you for your attention. I wish to thank, of course, the fantastic UTICamp team. And in particular, let me thank Aliona. Thank you for all the emails, and Vic and the Alexanders who have helped us out. I wish to thank my own tech team, because if everything went well today, that's thanks to them, not to me only. So thanks to all of them. And you can reach out, keep in touch with me, and these are some of my handles and my accounts. You can follow me on Facebook, my professional page, not my, there you go, my private page, because my personal page as an individual is for real life friends, and there's nothing about my work. But the other one is a professional page where I would really like to interact with you, and you're welcome to come and tell me what you thought of this presentation, for example. And then there's my website and all. And bottom line, I hope that you're feeling a little more comfortable when it comes to social media, and post wisely. That's what I always say. And I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Finished.
Sarah, thank you very much. I didn't stop it because it was such a brilliant and warm presentation, so I didn't dare to stop it. And thank you very much for the cascade effect case. And there are 2 new tweets mentioning you on Twitter.
Oh, yay, thank you.
Thank you. And let's ask for the questions.
Yeah.
Natalia.
Thank you. My name is Natalia Gronova. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I personally found it very useful. I have the following question. I work with 2 languages, with English and Greek. And I would like to ask you, what do you think? Should I create 2 profiles on 2 different languages? Or should I write this simple thing like English below or Greek below, and then create posts mentioning whatever I want in 2 languages? If you recommend to organize 2 different profiles mentioning 2 different languages, what social networks would you prefer and would you recommend? Thanks very much.
Right. Well, first of all, thank you. I'm glad that you found this presentation useful. I have many Greek friends, so particularly glad to hear this. So that's a very good question. You see, I'm Italian, so I have the same problem. Because what do? Some of my followers, most of them, of course, speak English, but sometimes it's nice to localize, to make it more relevant to a specific target audience. That is a very good question. Based on the fact that we're not social media managers, we're interpreters, we have limited time, we have limited resources, we don't have a marketing department to rely on, I would recommend to keep it simple. So what you can do is if someone doesn't understand Greek and you only post in Greek, then that would be a pity because you're actually restricting your potential audience. So I would say what I do generally is if I think that something might be relevant to Italy only, but that's just a rule of thumb. I'm just telling you what I think is right because, there's no specific rule. I'm sure there's studies showing this is the right thing to do or that is the right thing to do. But here's my take. When there's something about, like in your case, Greece, maybe you can post it in Greek, giving it some kind of local flavor, so making it relevant for your fellow countrymen. And if it's something that it might also be relevant to people outside of Greece, make it accessible. And so you can maybe post different things about maybe the same thing that are a little different. Because, for example, I don't speak Greek. So if you post in Greek, I won't be able to read it. Maybe I can use the little translate thing, but it's not going to really work for me. So I think it's more, again, an effort on your part. Honestly, I think that you have to be very realistic. It would be great to have a Greek account, and sometimes it's not even legal to have two separate accounts, on the same platform for the same person, same everything, just different languages. But again, the situation is always evolving. So I would say make the most of the little time and the little resources you have available that you are already devoting to your online activity. And that's what I would say. So one account, and then it's up to you to decide when to write in Greek, when to write in English. And maybe if something is really basic, you can just put it like a slash in the middle and just kind of make it accessible. Because bottom line, unless you aim to be like the influencer, I think, or you are the influencer, what you're doing is communicating. So again, you need to consider these very practical aspects.
Thank you, Sarah. We have one more question.
Okay.
Hi, Sarah. My name is Marina Mintsikovska, and thanks for your brilliant presentation.
Thank you.
I have a question about KPIs, about key performance indicator. So we heed your advice, and we invest all this effort and time into our social media marketing. So how do we know we're doing well? Is it the number of followers?
Right.
Is it the number of jobs? Is it something else? Thanks.
This is a very good question, and indeed, here comes another acronym from marketing, indeed. So, as I said, today, unfortunately, at 1 hour, I already went on for an hour, so I already spoke way too much. But indeed, there are all sorts of things that you can, again, find online to understand how to take stock of what you're doing. Now, what I can tell you is that it all depends on what you set out to do. So if you set out to say, I don't know, when I started out, for example, on Twitter, I knew nothing about Twitter. I was a latecomer, and I said, I don't know what I want to do here. So my first objective was not about followers. It was about, I want to know who are, let's call them the influencers on Twitter. So I set this objective for myself, and I started working towards this end. I started looking, I started finding, and at some point I realized that I wanted to follow this, this, and this, and if that one person said something, people listened. So that must be an influencer. And that allowed me, for example, to just set the groundwork for what I would then do more actively online. And then I set another objective for myself. So what I do recommend is that it's very hard, for example, for me to judge how much work I get from social media. I work a lot in consecutive, you know? So working in consecutive, especially in literary events, so you're on stage, people see you on stage, people post about you on stage, maybe translating, maybe the writer is famous, so that gives you a lot of visibility. I have no way of knowing, however, with some exceptions, which jobs later have come to me because someone posted that thing online. So it's while there are some very marketing-oriented ways to calculate if this is working, that is working, you can just tag this and do that and increase number of followers. These are very nice because they're very easy to count, and that's okay. But if you are just aiming to gain a stronger reputation online, maybe, how do you quantify that, you know? So I think it all depends on what you set out to do, and then based on that, you can identify relying also on maybe on marketing tools and marketing data and this kind of stuff, marketing strategies mostly. And then based on the objective that you set for yourself and on the platform that you choose, then you can say, okay, in 6 months' time, I want to know if this worked and how much money I made thanks to Twitter, say. But you need to have a clear analysis of your starting point and a number of factors that change person to person, moment to moment, and depending on your goals. So that would be my answer.
Thank you very much, Sarah. We have one more question left. Very interesting question. We will send it to you because unfortunately, we cannot continue as Rob Davidson is waiting for us already. Thank you very much. It was so nice to see you.
Thank you.
And let's all go to Twitter.
Too.
Just continue our cascade effect.
Absolutely, and I'll follow you on Twitter. And everybody, let's tweet about UTICamp because UTICamp is just great. I'm so sorry I cannot be with you guys. Thank you, Victoria, so much.
Hope
Thank you,
to see you here one day. Bye.
Absolutely. Ciao. Bye.
Okay, and Rob Davidson is here with us. Rob, hello, my name is Victoria Maros. I'm a moderator of Interpreting Track, and I have something for you. Not something, okay, I have someone for you.
Hi, Rob.
Hey!
Yes, hi. I'm really so. I'm really so happy to see you here, to welcome you here, and it's my pleasure to present Rob Davidson, who is really a well-known expert in travel industry, in events organization. We met with Rob in Lviv in November. At one of the conferences, he was consulting the city about the travel development, and you know that Lviv is really, really great, and it's really very welcoming place for events. So we met with Rob, and he was speaking about conferences of future that are not held in these conference halls. That are open and relaxed. So I said to him that we have that event, please, please come. And unfortunately, Rob, everything was against us. But still you are here. And Rob is also very, very close to translation industry and interpreting industry, because in a week after we met in Lviv, he sent me a photo with Tatiana Kaplun, we know her. So they were speaking at some of the events about interpreting, of some of the conference about interpreting. And it's actually a perfect world where the conference events organizers are working in connection with interpreters. So I won't take your time anymore. So Rob Davidson.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. And it's really nice to see you again. And I just wish with all my heart that I could be with you all in the middle of the forest in Ukraine. I've been following the event online and the parties as well, and the talent show. Wow! And it really looks like a whole lot of fun. So it's very hard to be one of the last speakers, but I'm going to do my best. I really respect your industry, your profession. I discovered conference interpreting quite late in my life, but now I always think of myself as an interprète manqué. And I know that in my next life, I'm for sure going to come back as a conference interpreter. It's a fantastic profession. Your work is to international conferences to make them possible. And I have many, many friends in your fantastic industry. So I really, really enjoy speaking at events with a lot of conference interpreters there. I've done that with UTIC in London, in South America, and then in Paris. It's a wonderful, wonderful association. So my job this evening is to speak about conference trends, because of course your industry, your prosperity is very closely linked to the prosperity of the conference industry. So I would like to look at what we imagine, what we think is going to be the future of the industry post the pandemic. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Rob Davidson. I'm the Managing Director of Mice Knowledge, and that is a company specializing in research, education and training for the conference industry. So if you like tweeting there on the screen, you have my hashtag if you hear anything you would like to share. For those of you who still think that mice is about rodents running around your kitchen, just a quick reminder of what mice means. Meetings, of course. Incentive travel, a form of meeting to motivate management and colleagues. Conferences and exhibitions. Sometimes we call it business events, and sometimes we call it even business tourism. But mice is nice and short, so let's call it mice. Okay, I want to begin by looking at trends in conferences before the pandemic. What were the trends in our industry? First of all, some good news, more destinations and more venues for MICE events. It seemed last year and the previous years that every week some city in the world opened its doors as a conference destination, building a new conference center, creating a convention bureau, for example. So the supply of destinations, not only in Europe and America, but all over the world, was increasing as more and more countries saw the value in being somewhere where conferences could take place. Not only destinations, but also venues. I've mentioned conference centers, but more big hotels running conferences, even unusual venues, what we call unusual venues. These are things like museums, tourist attractions, like Madame Tussauds, opening their doors to the conference industry. Those are fun and those are funky places to have your event. We also saw, and this is encouraging, every year more international conferences. We count those things, and we saw growth, especially in the international conferences of international professional associations, you know, the International Association of Architects and so on and so on. We saw more conferences, but an interesting trend parallel to that was that when we count the number of participants, the average number of participants was going down every year. Why? Well, one very important reason is what I call the atomization or the specialization of the professions. New specializations in science, in medicine, so that we were seeing more conferences because there were more specialized associations, but smaller than before. For example, instead of having one big conference for dentists, for example, you would find 4 or 5 smaller conferences, more specialized. Dentists specializing in children's teeth, or remedial dentistry, or aesthetic dentistry. That means more conferences, but smaller average attendance. Encouragingly also, we saw much more professionalism in all branches of the meetings industry. Certification for conference planners, for men and women running conference venues, for people working in convention bureaus. This is very encouraging. Also in higher education, more and more courses for meeting planners, conference organizers. So young men and women coming into our world already qualified with a high degree. More active role for participants, well, I'm going to come back to that because it's a continuing trend when we see that people are not so happy anymore to sit and listen to speech after speech after speech. People want to be part of the show, part of the event. I'm speaking about the participants, the delegates. They want to be much more active and they want much more interactivity. Something I do believe is going to make the job of conference interpreters even more demanding. Sustainability, you know, we understand that our industry has an impact on the natural environment. Hundreds of thousands of participants flying over the world every day to attend conferences. We're very mindful of that. And a strong trend in the last few years has been the move towards sustainable conferences, green conferences, saving paper, saving energy, using venues which practice recycling, and so on and so on. And more use of technology, conference apps, for example, being used, and all the technology that you see, not only in your profession, but in the conference as a whole, to make it much more interesting. Looking forward now, what can we see? Well, we can see 3 phases of recovery. And this really depends on which country you are in at the moment, because this will not be an even recovery all over the world. Some countries are acting like nothing happened. I was in touch with some Finnish colleagues this morning, and they were saying, well, you know, it's like nothing happened here. It's a small concern. It's, you know, business as usual. But in other countries, like unfortunately my own, United States, Brazil, you know the countries, we are seeing a much more serious situation. So since March, we've seen widespread cancellations of conferences, postponements until 2021, which is really a cancellation. And of course, this is something you are well aware of. The next phase, and some countries, Germany, for example, are already in this phase, are opening their doors again to conferences with limitations. Of course, very strict hygiene measures, social distancing, limits on the number of people who can meet indoors. But some countries are already entering this third phase, and the second phase, and the third phase is the one that we're all longing for. But if you were thinking I was going to tell you when, I'm very sorry to disappoint you. Nobody knows. Nobody knows when conferences will return to their normal form, pre-pandemic form. Many people, and you know this too, believe that we will never go back to the old normal. People are saying more and more that there were things wrong with the old normal and that the new normal should be better. So what do we see in terms of conferences? One element which will be very important will be consumer confidence. The men and women sitting, listening to your interpretations, they must be persuaded to attend. And you don't need me to explain that in the next few months, even the next few years, people, potential delegates, potential participants, will be looking at their personal finances and thinking, do I want to invest 1,000 euros in traveling to a conference for 2 or 3 days? Can I afford it? And people will not be confident until they know that their jobs are secure, again, that they will have the finances. Consumer confidence will matter. Geographically speaking, it's easy to see that the recovery will come first locally. Local conferences, regional conferences, national conferences, you know, events when no one's getting on a plane with all the potential problems that will entail. No one's going to an airport. I believe international conferences, sadly, will be the last to recover fully. It's going to be very interesting to see which destinations are popular. And again, it's easy to imagine that countries which have managed the pandemic well, which have recovered quickly, think about South Korea, Germany, for example, those could be more attractive than normal for international conferences. Again, helping people's confidence. This sounds depressing, but I've got good news for you. Every man and woman listening to my presentation knows that after this pandemic, our future as a race, as a world, will depend on international cooperation. Scientists, medical people, security people coming together to talk, to confer with each other, exchange ideas, their own ideas for how to cope with the next pandemic, if it comes, how to prevent the next pandemic. This will create demand for international conferences. But if you haven't heard this word already, hybrid, then you know that it's going to be very important. During the pandemic, and this UTIC event is a shining example, so many conferences have gone hybrid. Some people, like the lucky people in the middle of the forest, attending in person, and unfortunate people like me attending virtually. This will continue. This will continue for quite a long time. This is the guy. He's the most important guy at a hybrid conference, filming the proceedings. Here's the official definition of a hybrid conference or blended conferences. But on the positive side, this extends the life of the conference, the reach of the conference. Think how many hundred of people are participating today in UTIC. That's very positive. Remote speakers like myself, of course, can be involved too, which is a positive thing. It's demanding. This is demanding for everyone. A hybrid conference, if you haven't interpreted one already, believe me, it presents formidable challenges for everyone. It presents challenges for the organizers because, crucially, they need to keep everyone engaged, participating, and everyone knows how easy it is to lose the attention when you're on a virtual event. You know there's always temptation to go and check your emails or to do something else. Really successful hybrid conferences manage that. They are not simply face-to-face conferences with a camera broadcasting all over the world. They need to engage everyone. It's not new. For many years, international associations and national associations have been capturing, recording the content and either selling it or giving it to their members, making a profit from this. Copyright issues, of course, are important. And I know when I speak at conferences, which I do a lot, the organizers always say to me, is it okay if we use your speech to record it, to present it again? You know, I always say yes, because I always say yes to everything. Here's something fun, which you may have already seen, holograms. this chap in the middle, he is Jean-Luc Mélenchon, and he was one of the candidates, unsuccessful of course, for the French presidential election. But you know, this was an event just before the election in France. I was there at the time, and using holographic projection, Monsieur Mélenchon appeared simultaneously in 6 different French cities. It's fun, and believe me, when you're participating in a conference with a holographic speaker, after 5 minutes, you just forget that the guy isn't in the room with you. The possibilities and the potential challenges of interpreting holographic speakers, I will leave you to imagine. But it's becoming more popular. It's better than a speaker appearing on the screen. It's more fun, it's more funky, it can be pre-recorded, which I think from the point of view of interpreters would be preferable, but it's also possible that it happens live. Now, again, a strong trend which will intensify after the pandemic is this one about the attendee or the conference experience. Everyone's speaking about conferences as experiences, and younger participants in particular want that experience. Now, if you look at this graph, you can see that in the middle, during the event, when people are there face-to-face, the engagement level is very high. They're learning together, they are networking, they're chatting, great. But the challenge now is to extend that engagement over the many months before the face-to-face event and after the face-to-face event. This is becoming crucial. Using social media, and UTIC is an excellent example. We had a lot of social media activity running up to the last few days, and I'm convinced it will continue after today. So this is again a strong trend, and we speak about it as extending the event life cycle. So what's your role as interpreters? You know, you should be there before the event, after the event, with a little testimonial, 1-minute video saying, I'm Tatiana and I will be interpreting during the event. You won't see me, but you know, I'll be in the box at the back of the room. There's a role for you in creating excitement, those kind of behind the scenes stories that look great on Instagram and Facebook and so on. Fragmentation is an intensifying trend, and again, I'm sorry, but it does not make your life any easier. The old model, which was, I call it, proclamatory, the sage on the stage, one speaker after another with Q&A in between, simple. That format is breaking down because especially the younger generation, they don't want it anymore. They are experimenting with more participatory, more interactive formats, and more flexible formats. Campfire sessions, for example, groups of participants having, I call them mini meetings, outside the main proceedings. It could be a dozen people sitting outside during the coffee break, having a meeting together, exchanging information, exchanging knowledge, and so on. You need to be there. It's logistically very, very challenging, but if it's an international conference, my goodness, they are really going to need interpreters even in those smaller off-program discussions. Live audience feedback for speakers. The younger generations in particular want to be part of the show. They want to express their opinion more, not just during Q&A, they want it to be much more participatory. The off-program side discussions, I've already mentioned them. And we're understanding something very interesting about conferences. A lot of the value of conferences, and you know this from the last few days, is outside the program. It's those encounters that you have in the bar in the evening. exchanging knowledge, exchanging business cards, exchanging problems even. Those are a strong part of the value of conferences. Again, what is the role of interpreters? The mediator, the facilitators as well, are going to have a more demanding job because they have to manage all this. They need to keep everyone on track. They need to involve the people participating virtually. They need to moderate much better than they're doing now. So this is you. You look great. You work well in these situations. Lots of people, headphones on, listening to speaker after speaker. But this model is breaking down. More of this. Formats. Not speakers on stage, but you know, the man in the middle, he's a moderator. The two speakers are sitting with him on the stage, and he's interviewing them. It's like a TV chat show. And it's much more interesting, it's informal, they're making their points, they're getting their information over, but in a more relaxed way. What you see on the screen are questions from the audience. And they're not putting their hand up and waiting for the young lady with the microphone to come to them. They're using their smartphones. They're using technology such as Slido, an amazing invention, to send their questions in real time to the speakers. It's more relaxed, it's more funky, it's more participative. Over to you. How are you managing that? Here's a campfire meeting, and they're having fun. It's a valuable part of the conference, but how to manage that, how to involve the conference interpreters, because this is not part of the program. It's a much more informal element, but nevertheless important. And you know, even this, you know, outside, during the coffee breaks, what if one of these participants needs an interpreter? You know, he's just met a Russian guy who doesn't speak a word of his language, and he doesn't speak a word of Russian. SOS, interpreter, where are you? That's going to be more and more important. Less of this. This is a sign of the kind of extravagance, conspicuous consumption which has characterized conferences, some conferences in the past. You know, ladies and gentlemen, this is, for most people, the most difficult period of their life the past few months. Look around you. With all my heart, I believe that extravagance, this kind of champagne element of conferences, will be out of fashion for the foreseeable future. You know, one thing we've learned during these terrible, terrible, terrible times is that some of the most important people in our society are the people who've kept the show on the road over the last few months. The supermarket workers, the bus drivers, the nurses. And everyone knows that those people are not well rewarded for their work. But I think we're reassessing our priorities. And one result, I believe, is that extravagance, luxury, conspicuous consumption will not be so fashionable. We're going to see more of this. This is a conference. This is the end of the day, 5 o'clock. The formal part of the conference is over, but these participants are putting their jeans on and doing something for the local community. People on the left, they've just been picking up the trash in a park. The people on the right, they are creating a nice garden for the residents in an old people's home. They put down grass. 2 hours later, she's painting the wall. They've made some nice benches for the old people to sit on. Now, these are small things, small gestures. But number one, it's becoming an important element of many conferences. And number two, it shows that we have a heart as well as a brain. So it's going to become an important part. Again, is there a role for you? Yes, you should be there, picking up the trash and interpreting. Finally, the impact of the lasting impacts. more concerned for the environment. You know, the one winner in the past few months has been the natural environment. I'm here in London. I'm Scottish, of course, but I live in London. The skies are empty. You know, I see 2 flights a day going over my house compared with dozens and dozens in a normal day before the pandemic. We won't forget that. Green meetings, sustainability will become more important. Corporate social responsibility, what we've just been looking at, doing something for local people, for disadvantaged people, a couple of hours working in a food bank, again, it's going to intensify. Less extravagance. Don't expect the champagne or the Prosecco lifestyle so much. I know you love it, I do too. And more competition from technology. And you all know that from the recent developments in conference interpreting technology. But the message I want to leave you with is this. We're all, ladies and gentlemen, you are all now going to have to, with your clients, whether they are companies or associations, make a stronger case for using face-to-face meetings. Let's not be mistaken. Many companies and associations have discovered virtual events for the first time in the last few months. And a lot of them are thinking, this is okay, we can continue. But we must persuade them not to. Remember this slide. There are advantages of online events. There they are. But there are problems too. Technical problems, I don't need to tell you about. But problems of confidentiality, potential hacking of online conferences. You know all this. There's no body language, which is so important, especially to interpreters. Time zone differences. You know, there are probably people in China following this conference today in their pajamas because it's late. Problems of attention, problems of fatigue. But look on the right-hand side and memorize these factors. These are situations when only face-to-face will do the job. When you want to inspire people, when you want to create an important emotional climate, when you want to develop trust, you need people looking at each other in the eye, shaking hands, developing trust, developing rapport. Now it's over to you, because this is part of your job to campaign, to lobby as much as you can, and above all, to be very sure in yourselves of the advantages of face-to-face meetings, and then to become an ambassador and broadcast this to anyone who will listen. Allora, almost finished, but don't go away, because I have something exciting to tell you after this slide. And I'm looking at my phone, I have 15% left, so I'm hoping that it won't die. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, from my heart, many, many thanks. First of all, to the organizers for inviting me. You are beautiful people, very, very kind. And all of you, thank you for your attention. When I know you're all thinking about tonight's festivities, I wish I was there. Here's my email address. Please don't forget it. Take a note, because I love to hear from your profession, from people doing your job. You always have amazing stories. So keep in touch. And on the right-hand side, a little reclama for me. If you've enjoyed my speech, I have a lot more information on our industry in my latest book, Business Events, which you can find on Amazon or anywhere like that. I'm very proud of my little baby, and everything I know about our industry is there. So please, if you feel like knowing more, get it and read it and give me your feedback. Now, talking about books, I have something exciting now. I have this book in my hand. Can you see it? Can you see it? Yes. I recently got 2 copies of this book. One for myself, because I really want to know more about your industry, but also one for one of you. So what we're going to do now is to have a quick quiz and 3 simple questions. The first person to text me with the right answer, the right answers, will win a copy of this book. So send me a text with your 3 answers, and I will then contact you if you are the winner, and I will ask for your address, sans indiscrétion, and I will send you this amazing book. So get ready, get your phones out, and give me the answer to these 3 questions. You'll see my phone number at the bottom of the next screen. I don't know if I'll be able to see your. Well, we'll see. I will get your texts, and I will promise to send the book to the winner. But it would be nice to announce the winner here. So here we go. Here are the questions. First of all, there's my number, and here is the question number 1. The I in mice means what? What does I stand for in mice? Question number 2. A famous poem dedicated to a mouse, in fact called To a Mouse, was written by the national poet of which country? I'll give you a clue. The poet's name is Robert Burns. And here's the most difficult question, number 3. Mouse singular, mice plural. Of course, you all know that. Which other word in English ending in "ouse" for the singular forms its plural in the same way with ice? So mouse, mice, but give me another word in English that makes its plural in the same way. Okay, let me see if the answers are going to start coming in. I hope it wasn't too difficult. I really don't know how much you know about these topics. I have had one from another ending in long. One of the answers was wrong. Oh dear, have I lost you? Have I lost you? Okay, so let me like this, and I'm going to look at. to Natalia, and I will see the book. I hope you enjoy it as I did. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said far too much already, as usual, but I'm going to stop now, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Я включила. Rob, can you hear us?
Hi.
Can
I'm
you
still
hear
here.
us?
Yes, I can.
Great. Do we have a right answer?
Oh, we got one right answer
Did
from
we?
Natalia.
Natalia.
Yeah, I said it.
Natalia who?
You didn't hear me.
No, we didn't hear you for a few minutes, so we decided that you went somewhere to check your phone.
I did. Natalia Fedorenko.
Natalia, congratulations.
Now
Great.
I need Natalia to send me her address and congratulations. 3 great answers.
Great.
Do you want to know the answer?
I personally do, because I don't know any of them.
So, number 1, incentives. Number 2, Robert Burns is the national poet of Scotland.
This I know.
Of course, my country. And number 3, louse. Louse and lice.
Oh, wow. Great. Thank you, Rob.
Congratulations to Natalia.
Natalia, congratulations. Поздравляем, Natasha. And now let's ask for the questions. And the audience was very engaged and it was very numerous, taking into consideration that it is the last speech for today. So congratulations, Rob, on your wonderful speech. Any questions? Andrei.
Hi, this is Andrei Besedin. The biggest challenge for many online events for the interpreters is how to explain to the speakers that they need really good internet connectivity and good microphones. We all try to do that, and it seems like really all over the world this is the biggest challenge. So what could the interpreters do? Thank you.
And we still cannot use some weapon, to convince them, so we really need an answer, before we start using that illegally.
Yeah, it's a very important question, and I have to at this point say a very big thank you to Alexander, who has been very patient with my Wi-Fi, which is not good enough, obviously, and it makes it very hard for interpreters. I understand that. I think that you need to tell speakers well in advance that if they do not have the right Wi-Fi, strong Wi-Fi, then they will not be interpreted. There's nothing else. You need to warn them. You need to tell the organizers to warn the speakers well in advance. It just has to be something that we get used to.
Thank you, Rob. Any other questions? Well, it seems to be that it was clear for everyone. Thank you very much, Rob. It was a pleasure to have you here. And thank you very much for your presence for our participants, and hope to see you here on site one day.
For sure. Have a wonderful evening and hope to see you all again next year in the forest. Bye-bye.
Thank you very
from
much.
London.
See you in the forest. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
День, да? Уважаемые участники, это был наш последний доклад.
Was our last talk for today, and the interpreting program doesn't say farewell to you. It's not over yet. We have a socially important talk on Friday on gestures language. So we're expecting you to visit us here on Friday. Thanks for your participation, and thanks